Oh God, not that.
Hands.
We're in. Hey, everybody. So I have a button. See, what happens is I have this button. It's on my little stream deck. It's very cute, right? It's very like a little adorable. Like you probably can't see it. No, I can't show you. The cord's too short. Anyway, got a button. The button goes when I've got 5 people, which we currently have, and I press that button, it goes to this scene. And I pressed that button, and I was like, "Let's go." And we said, "Hey," and I was like, "Oh nope, didn't go for some reason." So anyway, we were talking to you, but you didn't see us because the button didn't work. Anyway, hey everybody, hi. Welcome to Foxhole Fridays. It is Tales from the Foxhole, and it is time for the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And this is session 9, and we have 2 more sessions after this. As a matter of fact, we have this one and then 2 more. This means a couple of things, but I'm not going to say any of them because they're going to be about snarky and being amusing to me. But before I say these amusing things, I've got to get the stuff out of the way first. First off, I want to sort of give love to Rocket Fox, who is not here, but will be here for the next 2. And Carlin's, I did do 3 the German way. It is true. Let me see. So thank you for being here. You being here is what makes this work. We're happy that you are here. We do this for you. We do this for each other. We do this to make each other laugh in the green room by saying inappropriate things, and that's mostly Lindy. Although not always.
It is.
It's Lindy, and I'm making a GIF right now to prove it.
That's why this
Love
is the best
Ludi
master.
is what this is going to be named.
Laugh Loud Lindy. That's.
Yep. And so thank you for being here. This is our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. It's our sci-fi space opera, and there are many different ways to play Traveler. And the way that we're playing Traveler, well, that's not true. The story we're telling was
There's
not
one
the story
way to
we
play
thought we'd
Traveler.
tell.
You're right.
There's only one.
Correct.
Only one.
And only one way, and only one person out of all of us is doing it correctly, and it's not me. You have to guess. So the thing is,
Greg.
it's
Right, Greg?
Greg may have some lag, and so we may be messing with him the entire night just because he has lag, but we can't say one or the other. And he can't stop us from talking until a few seconds later. So,
We love you, Greg.
I'm not the one good that's going to get annoyed. Here we are.
Maybe said that a little late.
he gave us a dare. So let's see. What did we tell you? Oh, so thank you for being here. The best way you can support us is by being here. If you're watching us on YouTube, giving us a like, giving a subscribe is also always helpful. Leaving a comment. You can give tips and bits, and if you do, I'll read off those tips and bits messages over the when we get to the end. You can also be one of our Patreons. Being a Patreon is awesome. It helps us. It helps me pay for this cast because I always feel like their time should be compensated so they can buy their cats cat food. They can pay for the therapy for all the terrible things I do to them. I feel like it matters. And so tips, bits, and Patreon. We also have a very special Patreon tier, which is $200, which will pay for 4 of the cast members for 1 week. And if you are one of our special sponsors, we will give you a special ad that will play during the break and also once a month, and then also a special shout out. And I want to shout out Will and TW, who's not only our sponsor at the moment, but also who is our note taker, without whom none of us would survive. And that is just a true statement. You can join our, we've got a merch store. We've got really great merch you can get. We've got like awesome stuff, like our notebook for the gamblers, which is awesome. And, I need to ask Lindy a question. Got to ask Lindy a question. This needs to be
What
down
size
for the record.
notebook are you, Lindy?
Oh,
That
wow.
wasn't.
An
You
inch?
were a notebook. I will forget this, but I need to make this note. And, right.
7 to 8 inches, really, honestly.
It's not the size that matters. It's how you use it.
About 8.5 by 11.
Oh, okay. You know what?
2-inch margin.
Wow. Okay. I mean, respect.
I just have a hard time fitting all that on my desk. You know what I'm saying? That's why I usually go for the, the 7 to 8 inch. Yeah.
It's really with
I mean,
that.
some people can. Different strokes. Different pen strokes for different pen folks. You know what I mean?
Yes,
I missed the
yes.
gift mix. Hold on, one more time.
One
we
more
are
time.
talking about stationery, is what we're doing right now. Is it?
Yeah, sure.
Yep. So anyhow, just as we were saying, I lost that train of thought because I have a whole different train of thought going on right now. No, it was tips, bits, supporting us. All that's good. Yes. So I'm gonna just go with our players. So we've got these players. I don't know where they came from. I don't know where they're gonna go. I don't know where they came from, Cotton Eye Joe. But they are the best players you can have, and and I would like them to introduce themselves. Yes, no, yes, no, no. They can't do that because I've got to read out comments from YouTube. I knew I was going to miss something. So we got comments from YouTube, and I wanted to read them out. So I don't know if I read this one out who I'm trolling.
Everyone.
Excellent. Troll us all. I mean,
Well-
troll the chat. Troll the chat.
It's not the chat's being trolled. So this is from season 2, episode 2, The Phoenix and the Flame. And Michael says, I'm just waiting for Baron Severence to say the line, does daddy's little child need a hug?
Greg's here too.
Charles Bryant is a brand new watcher starting up with episode 1, season 1, and says, ooh, came because the thumbnail said Traveler, was intrigued by the sharp mustache, and then subscribed when we picked V as our favorite sci-fi show. The V baby haunted my childhood nightmares. Yeah. Sorry I'm late to the party. Do not apologize. Just hang out with us. You'll get here.
Yeah.
And then we have for Knives Out, Stephen Dwyer says, ooh, great episode. Once again, the talent of the group is amazing, but it took you long enough to figure out Wesley. A few things amaze me still. 1, how few roles there actually are. 2, how Trooper sets a scene and steps back, trusting the players to do what's in character and what's best for the story rather than what's best for the character. Oh, sometimes I worry that they won't ever do what's best for their character, but it's fine. Well, that's not some of them will definitely do the things what's best for their character.
I think Severance only thinks about what's good for them.
I'm not worried about that for Cord, or Severance at all. I think
No, you're right.
Severance is goodness.
Ed Stevens says, yes, Rocket, Trooper's talent is either black magic or multiple personality disorder, or both. I'm not sure which yet, but all you actors and all of Trooper's personalities just mesh so well. It's one thing to follow a script and stay in character, but this is amazing. I will just say, I have said this before. I believe that RPGs are a very unique art form they're not radio. Everyone back in the day, they'd always say, "Oh, what is a tabletop RPG? What is this Dungeons and the Dragons?" They're like, "Oh, it's like a radio play," or they would give all these sort of metaphors to other arts. And I actually just don't think RPGs are like any other art. I think they're this very special art. Maybe the closest thing you might get is long form improv, but I think it's its own special art form that is somehow a mix of a whole bunch of different things, and the kind of character work and game work and sports work, and it's something you can't get anywhere else. I have never been able to get the sort of experiences I've had in an RPG in any other medium, and I have done radio, television, theater. I haven't done film yet, but I've done a lot of these stuff, and none of them really compares to this, especially with a group like this. So I just want to say thanks. Michael? Okay, hold on. I want to get this right. Michael Tory Royal Pythons, 7073, watching Cattle Call from season 1, if you remember, that's where we get all of our grebes, said, ooh, I'm loving this series. Hope to be caught up soon. Note from a fellow GM. Oh, yes, this was about, I got a really, really, really good note about passenger costs. You get a little bit less money, and it's good. And I appreciate it very much. And thank you. Daniel McGillis notes, ooh, how I got my D&D players to try Traveler. I said, just do character creation. This is another new person looking at our first session.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not hooked, we can start another D&D campaign. After character creation, everyone was like, wait, let's play an intro scenario. Then it was like, wait, this is too much fun. Let's keep going. And another group of travelers was born. At like 5 minutes, and I'm already mentioned Dune and V and two great sci-fi shows. Classic. Yeah, I mean, this is it's good. And let me see. We have a couple comments about a vampire named Mabel. Admiral Baron Severance gets killed. Also, Admiral Baron Severance. No, you. I know what this is about. Our kill death count, 1.5 to 5.5. Team Severance is forgiven. Uno Reverso. This is from
Uno Reverso. That's right.
For Terrica, doesn't like murder. Also Terrica, the pilot of blood. Kill death count, 10 plus kill, death 0. Plus, hashtag what happens in space stays in space. GM Trooper, Val, you have access to extra power. How much do you use? Dr. Val, 1, 2, all of it?
Yeah, all
Kill
of it.
death count. Lols. Hashtag unlimited cosmic power. Hashtag therapy not included. And then I just have to say for the last one, because it is important, from Stephen Dwyer, once again, you guys killed it. But to be fair, Greg was back, so something was going to die. Can't wait for the next episode. So, happy birthday, also Stephen Dwyer. So, I believe it is time for me to introduce these amazing players and have them answer a question. And I have to have Lindy answer 2 questions. So, our question for today is going to be, there's going to be a pipe fight today, which I'm very excited about because pipe fights are...
Pipe rumble.
They're just like...
Damn it.
Fun? I don't even, So they're pipe fights are ways for people to get to know each other. So I think I would like to ask this question. If your character were able to devise some sort of event that you would do to get to know one another with someone else that you don't know, like, for example, here they have pipe fights, what would your character devise as a getting to know you, as an icebreaker? Like, what sort of icebreaker activity would your character devise were they running their own planet? Because after all, they might be. And we're going to start with Greg.
Oh, hi, everybody. My name's Greg. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. I'm a Warp Reactor over on YouTube for reaction videos and all that kinds of fun stuff. How would Val go about doing some type of, like, getting to know one another activity?
Yeah.
How, what better way to get to know anybody than going out for a night of garroting? So if we could go out and just choke the shit out of a couple people, then you really get to know exactly, I don't know. Hey, he wants to go out tomorrow night, right?
Boy.
Yeah, and what he
That's
meant,
it.
sorry, it's the lag. What he meant to say was not Garrett, but carrot, because he's from an agricultural planet, and they just go
That's
off
not what
and
I
they
meant. But
pick carrots. Laugh, love. No, I can't do you next. I have to do you last. Ari, who are you? Who are you playing? And how would Terrica, how would they organize a getting to know you icebreaker event, when they are the ruler of a planet, the duke of a planet?
Oof, ugh. Hi, my name is...
Being a duke of a planet nowadays is not so much like ruler, it's a bit more of an ambassador. It's administrative and irritating, but it's not absolute ultimate power or anything like that. But go on. Most of the time.
I mean, that's good. That's good. I think that's better. Levels of better. Still title-y. Eesh. Ugh, title.
It is.
Ugh. Ugh. Anywho, hi, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online. You can find me live in Seattle. You can find me here. I play Terrica, who is definitely not noble whatsoever. It's unfortunate, though, that they keep getting recognized as being noble based on the way that they talk and the fact that they look a lot like an ancestor of theirs, like identical. So it's very unfortunate that their bloodline says something differently than they do. But here we are. That's Terrica. Okay, and so with that, I was trying to think of of the way that they would want to meet people. And I think what they would probably end up doing is it would be like a dinner. Like they would sit down, they would have like a nice dinner prepared. It would take into account both sides, like whatever culture the other person is coming from, as well as their own tastes. And they would sit down and just like talk over food without any kind of obligation or I was about to say intention, but they would definitely have some sort of intention of some kind with a conversation like that. But I think that's what they do. They'd sit down for dinner with them.
So a state dinner in the way that nobles do.
Whoa,
Got it. Thank you. Yes.
whoa, 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 whoa. It's not fancy. It's not fancy.
Sure.
Say a steak dinner or an estate dinner?
A state dinner, like a nice state dinner in the way that and I'm sure the I mean, think about this, making sure that the culture of the guest that you have is represented as exactly what you would have at a state dinner. And also I feel like I bet the setup would be very precisely done. I think all of the customs would be done perfectly.
They would need to be, but it wouldn't be a state. They wouldn't call it a state dinner, and it wouldn't be the fine china. It would be whatever both parties are comfortable with. Like this wouldn't be a display of wealth.
Right. That's spoken just like a true monarch. So, Cord.
Bullshit right there.
Who are you? Who are you playing? And how would your character, what sort of event would your character organize to get to know someone when you are running your own planet?
Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. I stream Star Citizen Cinematic RP on my channel. Come follow me. It's super great. And follow me on TikTok. This is Cord, where I don't do anything right now, but I will. I will. As soon as we get to 3,000 followers, we will. All right, but I'm playing Baron Severence, or Corsair Admiral Captain Baron Severence. He is a renegade clone who may or may not have body swapped with his prime. He likes long walks on the beach, but when he's trying to get to know somebody, I think he usually runs them through tests, like he did with Wesley. He would, like with the whole interest rate of the loan being up so high. That was a test for him to sort of see how Wesley would react. And he usually tries to put people through an intellectual obstacle course, or a ethical obstacle course, or just really any sort of mental obstacle course, because he wants to see how they would react or fare. And then he would, of course, do the deduction of how they did that versus how he would then utilize them in his day-to-day, or how he could see any weaknesses in their strategy for overcoming this mental obstacle course. Like a mental game of chess, that's probably what he would do. And there's not just one particular thing that he would do. And I don't know if that he does it consciously. I think it's a subconscious thing that he just does, which is a lot of the reason why people would think him as a piece of shit, or first impressions are like, oh, you're an evil bastard, and that's probably because of those sort of ways he would, I guess, test someone. And of course, in his mind, he's not evil, and he's just seeing it as his own way of getting to know someone. So I think that would be it. If he likes you and is questioning that he enjoys your company or could enjoy your company, he will then start gauging how you would fare in different scenarios, and he will, of course, be the antagonist if he needs to in that scenario to get you to sort of see how they would problem solve.
That's very interesting. Oh, I like it. Okay. And Laugh Love Lindy.
Thank you.
Last but not least, I have say who you are, who you're playing, answer the first question, which is
Introduce the pipe.
Oh, here. I'd love to show you my pipe. Very
Not yet.
specifically for this pipe fight.
Not yet. We're not there yet.
Got that cord.
All right, and cut. Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
TOS! TOS!
GIF.
Just Kurt Ron. It's fine. Don't worry about it at all.
It is true. Right now, Greg is doing reviews of the original series of Star Trek on his channel, Warp Reactions. And Lindy, and it's also true that Court is making gifs of whatever just happened, and that I'm unaware of. And also, anyhow, at the moment, we have, you will tell us who you are, who you're playing, and then, of course, how would your character, what kind of event would your character organize to get to know a new person when they were running their own planet? And then I do have a follow-up question for you that other people have answered, but you haven't.
Oh, okay. I'm not worried at all. Hi, I'm Lindy. Laugh Love Lindy, also sometimes occasionally referred to as Laugh Lewd Lindy. For example, if someone puts me in a pipe fight, I'm gonna be ready. I'm gonna be coming out swinging. You know, I'm here for it. And with all the lewdness.
Hold on.
Puns. There'll be time. We got a Hall episode card. We're good. And I love playing with these people. They're fabulous, wonderful. And I'll be playing Quint Vesper, who is playing the captain, the Harlock, right now, because we are on number 1, and this is just how it's gonna be, apparently, and it's too late. We're in too deep. We can't admit anything else now. It's just how it is. But what would Quint do? Not Quint as the Harlock. If
Yes.
For icebreaker activity, if they had a planet to themselves. I had a lot of time to think about this question because I went last. So my answer is hot springs bathhouse, kind of like an onsen or a jjimjilbang or like the Romans. There's no way to get to know somebody better than to just get in a place, strip naked, and bathe. It's hot, steamy, but also just really relaxing and chill. So, yeah. And also, it can make some people very uncomfortable. Not you, obviously, or not me, because I'd be fine with it. So, might give you an edge. Or they're just also relaxed, and then it's just great. Yeah.
Huh. I'm just doing some things that you'll find interesting later when we get there. And I'm Trooper SJP, and I am your GM for this madness. And these
No
amazing
follow-up
people.
question?
Oh, yes. Follow-up question. This is actually quite important.
Oh, I shouldn't have asked.
If your character had a crest, like a noble crest, what would it be? And what would your house motto be?
Oh, gosh.
Thank you for reminding me, because I need to know this for...
That's
reasons.
interesting and difficult because Quint's kind of going through a bit of an identity crisis right now.
I know.
If I had to guess at this particular moment in time for Quint, if she had a house crest, it would be a green background, a green field. Typical. I don't think it'd be a shield shape. I think it'd be a circle shape. So it can be a circle, green field. With a black border, and then on the crest would be a Q, obviously, because you have to have something for the house. And I think just a lot of very delicate patterning going through it in black and silver, like a very kind of Art Nouveau, or Art Deco, like a kind of Art Deco-y, just embroidery behind it. Very simple, but nice looking. And what would the motto be? Goodness. This is, I don't like this, but I think at this moment in time it'd be, you can only trust yourself.
Ooh. I mean, I feel like that's so weird considering how clearly everybody here trusts each other completely. Well then. That said, do I have everything that I need to be visible. I think I do. So, I'm troopersjp. I am the cat herder for this crew. And when last we saw our Tagonists in session 8, a vampire called Mabel, our protagonists, it is currently day 56. We are still on day 56. Our Tagonists have been on the planet of number 1 for a bit of time, and they are spending 8 hours a day in training, skill training, practicing and learning for their skills. So they're only going out and about for, like, they're not spending huge amounts of time off the ship because they're spending time getting a good study session in. But today, they have been invited down to a banquet to go and meet. So this is in this planet, there are a number of dome cities, and there are 3 factions. This is a former prison planet, and the main faction are the wardens, run by the warden Ranib, who is 9 years old, and they are the inheritors of the old Sindalan Empire, according to them, mostly because nobody bombed their planet when the war happened, because they're in the middle of nowhere, and they're just still here. But they are there. The wardens run basically the entire planet. There's a secondary faction called the administrators, who are aligned with the wardens because everybody is unified, except for that one lone domed city, Falaka, which are the freedmen, and they have some trouble in their lives. They sit, as it turns out, they sit over a lot of natural resources in the bottom of the ocean. Everybody is in these dome cities because the atmosphere is toxic. A lot of resources. They've got a lot of potential money. It's just that they don't really have the ability to get their goods to market fairly because the wardens put a 30% tariff on everything they do. And they were trying to figure out what to do. They were really excited to meet our Tagonists. They invited them over to this big banquet to meet them because they wanted to talk to them about some possibilities in business. They had some ideas, but their ideas were way less grand than what they were given by somebody that they'd heard about, a corsair named Severence. They thought that maybe they could sort of negotiate this crew to, like, perhaps find some way to, like, maybe put some they had less exciting hopes. But the Baron Admiral and the Ambassador Noble put out the possibility that they could maybe help build a high port, because this planet does not have a high port, and with a high port, they could get things in and out, and they could actually, the kind of trade you could have would be amazing. And there's been a few points of contention, one being that they, in Falaka, would like to have control over the high port because they're not getting control of the down port, so that this would be like a balance of power between those two spaces. There was a discussion about having Drinax also partially control this high port, which they were not super excited about because, like, this is our planet, but we will give you a cut, and of course, there will never be any problems if you need to come to that station and hide out, is what they're saying. So there was a sort of there was a big discussion at this banquet. There was also a professor who was hoping to meet them, who was not as important to talk, according to the people in charge of the space at the moment. But things went well, and to solidify and to celebrate, like, as a bit of a shaking hands, right? Spitting, shaking hands, that sort of thing. They're going to have a pipe fight. A ceremonial pipe fight is going to happen as a way to make, seal the deal in some way, or at least sort of make intentions more concrete. They needed, our freedmen are going to be having as their champion their Ambassador Knives, who is, imagine Charlize Theron playing Jack from Mass Effect, and the volunteer to be the champion for the gambler side is, after all, the captain, the Harlock, also known as Quint in disguise, as the Harlock, and they have agreed to have a friendly knife fight in the square in the city center. I will note a few things that we know that the freedmen and the administrators, they're sort of they have trials by combat is one of the things they do, and the wardens don't. The wardens have inquisitors instead. No one's asked about the death penalty and which factions have it and which ones don't. Anyhow, so we're gonna go and it won't matter because none of y'all are gonna be planning on doing illegal or questionable things while you're here, I'm certain. But let us pull back our curtains. It is evening on the day of the 56th of the year, because the imperial calendar just is not divided by months, just days. And then there's the one special day that's not in the calendar itself every year. It's like a special holiday. And you all are there. You've all had a very lovely sort of banquet, which is a lot of sort of shared food and pruno, tapas. And the procession are moving out of this building towards the city center, the center of the city, of the domed city, where this pipe fight will take place. And to recap, this is a massive, massive dome city. You probably have 12 to 14 million people who live here. So this is, for those of you whose characters are sleeping with each other, so that would be Terrica and Quint, they would know that this city is a bit smaller than Dragon's Dome, but not much smaller. It's almost the same size as Dragon's Dome. It's close.
Probably
This
more
place,
though.
I think Dragon's Dome beats it in terms of population.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Dragon's Dome is
Not what I expected.
Yeah, I expected this
Yeah.
dome to be slightly smaller but more populated because
Yeah.
I imagine the living dwellings were smaller here.
yes, it's more. This place is much more densely packed. But in terms of population, it's just a bit under.
This is the pillow talk between Quint and Terrica.
Yes, that's exactly.
This is how
What
you
it
get
is.
logistics
into
of the
it.
population of
Yeah.
Man, calm down, everybody. This is getting me worked up. This population talk.
I don't know. I feel like the architecture, like this is the pillow talk
Yeah.
between them.
It's just the way that they like stacked houses, you know? They stacked
I feel like, as much as I want this to be pillow talk, this is like Lindy pillow talk when he's like architecture and building stuff. I don't think Quint cares all that much.
I don't think they have much pillow talk. I think they mostly
I don't think there is any. If they're very little.
like want to do the adult things, let's do the adult things. That's my idea of
They get down to
Yeah.
business.
yeah.
Yeah. So this is so Dragon's Dome is much bigger in terms of
My
space.
child.
It's much more spacious. It's a massive, massive dome city, and the population is higher than this one, but not by much. They have got a very big population here in this in Falaka, but it's much more cramped. You can think about one of the differences that in Dragon's Dome, a lot of the buildings are like 2 stories max. There's a lot of space. There's a lot of gardens, walkways, wide boulevards, right? A lot of like big statues. It is a place that it is. Whereas Falaka is much more compact. This is a place with a lot of cinder block, high-rise buildings. No windows or doors anywhere in these places. Lots of concrete. Everything is like sort of concrete. This is a place where they when you sort of walk in, do they have security guards? They certainly do, although it's not as militarized as Dragon's Dome. But they certainly do have militias. But you see a lot of basically, clearly this is like a place of mining, right? There's a lot of mining that comes in and out. And as a place, it's doesn't have a lot of adornment in terms of the architecture itself. It's pretty brutalist, but there's paintings on things, a lot of sort of graffiti style paintings everywhere. A lot of people just sort of hanging out when they're not working. It's very sort of like work hard, play hard sort of mining camp sort of place where there's a lot of people singing or dancing, a lot of music being made, a lot of gambling, a lot of people hanging out when they're not working, and then other people sleeping, other people working. It's that kind of 3-shift space. And you are all being led to the center. I'm just going to pretend like nothing lewd is happening. Led to the center of this city. And there is
Was
a
it me?
raised... It may not have been you technically, but I'm going to blame you for starting it.
I always started it.
I mean...
Rockette is going to be so upset she missed all
I'll give her 2 lyrics next week to make up for it.
And all of the gifts that Cord makes.
That's really what this is about. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what this is about. By the way, I'm vamping. I'm just putting in stats here, not for any reason that anybody needs to know about or be worried about in any way.
Is it for the pipe fight?
Yes, it is. And so
Pipe fight. Like,
it is actually for the pipe fight. That is a true
I
statement.
figured as much.
Yeah, you were right. So as you're moving in, there is this sort of the center of this space, and it looks to you as if there might have been, this could have been perhaps like a rec yard at one point in time, perhaps, right? But it's sort of been cleared out, and in the center there's like this sort of raised dais. And I mentioned this dais before, dexterity, endurance, and the dais itself is sort of about like 3 meters off the ground, sort of like and it's got like little pillars around it. There are sort of flak shells, which are like chest armor around it, and there are these sort of like pipes. So like basically there's like armor and weapons sort of around this on the walls of the dais itself. And they are, what you'll notice is that things are not locked up, right? Like these weapons and armor are not behind cages or chains. There's like no bike lock or anything like that. They're just there. I mean, if you wanted to, you could just steal these things if you thought that was a good idea. I don't know.
That seems like a poor idea.
It might be a poor idea, but let's just say, if you wanted to, it would not be hard. Although, again, everything is pretty open, so everyone is watching everybody at all times as people are wandering about. And as you're being led in to this space, you can hear a bell ringing. I would like to note this is not like a church bell. It's like a school bell, right? It's like that kind of, that kind of,
Yeah.
Yeah. That kind of like, that bell is ringing, and you can hear it ringing throughout the city, and people are sort of coming in to gather in this space. And you can see people who are actually coming.
realized there'd be such an audience.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's a
big
celebratory
audiences.
pipe fight.
Yeah.
It's a celebratory pipe fight. It's like it is Stormbender. It's an alarm bell, and the alarm bell is ringing through the crowd. And as the crowds are beginning to gather, but also people are beginning to like sit in the windows themselves, right? You can see people sort of sitting in the windows and the facades of these buildings, watching this space. And I'm just gonna do this. Where do I need to put you? Not there. There. Let me just do that. And then let me just do that. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. Boom. So I see. As you are sort of brought up to this place, there's a sort of big round dais. There's stairs going up, and Knives has broken off from the group, is on the other side of the dais, getting ready, getting prepared for her end.
You have to beat up
this.
Knives? Can we call him off?
And
Uh,
I have a couple of questions.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Questions I have would be, 1, who's on which corner? I will note, of course, that Veopatis is on Knives' side.
I'm on second.
There's just a bunch of you here. I just want you to know.
home run for me.
Severence,
Who's
are you
on
the
first?
second?
I said I'm on second. Yeah.
Oh, you're on
Who's on
second.
first?
Oh, you're not the second. So if
No.
something happened to Quint, you wouldn't just step in?
No. I'm just on second.
None
I
of
was just wondering who else was going to be on first. That was Val, or if it was
Yeah.
Bullpen for me.
VIP box for me, actually. I am the court
It's
bearer.
got that bunting.
A number of people start stepping up and surrounding you all. And they are of different ages. And there's a much older woman, one of the sort of people that you saw up at the banquet, who's standing in the center of this podium. And these other people, they come and they assess you, the Harlock, and they put this flak shell on you. It's a piece of body armor.
Cool.
I want you to imagine dark, sort of black matte polymer. It will cover up your chest, but not your arms or your legs, none of the rest of your body.
Cool. So it's basically the equivalent of like my flak jacket that I have typically.
Yes, but
Just
stronger.
the chest.
Just
but
the
stronger.
chest.
That's even better to hear.
Well,
I
suppose
like
I
that.
should ask, like, how much armor does your flak vest have?
5.
Yeah, no, this is stronger.
Oh, good.
This has 8, if you wish to know.
Oh, great. And it goes over my regular clothes, which have a protection of
does.
4 because I got cloth armor. Yeah, cool.
It's got like a good heavy. It's heavy. It's stiff. If you want, you can. If anybody wants to, they could make either. This would be like an education-based roll on any kind of combat roll, is what I would say. So any sort of combat roll based on education.
About this
and I'll
flak
give
jacket,
you-
I would like to
well,
know.
actually, about any of their stuff, really.
Oh,
any of
yeah,
their
I would
stuff.
like to know. I'm involved in this. I can use any speciality, you said?
Yep.
Education?
Yeah, anything that's combat related. Absolutely.
Cool. We're gonna go education. I learned by the blade. So. Wow, I rolled a crit fail. I know nothing. I'm just too nervous about this pipe fight, apparently.
And then they hand you a pipe. It is a pretty
There you go.
hefty pipe. It's a pretty good. Yeah. It's metal.
Yeah.
It is something you could use to hurt somebody quite a bit with if you wished. It also looks to be old and well cared for. Right? Like this seems to be like a.
It's an old, well cared for pipe. Okay, don't break the pipe. That's the what I'm getting from this.
It's seasoned.
They all. Yeah, it's seasoned. It's well seasoned. They're little like dents here and there. This feels to you like something ceremonial and important, right? Like this is like.
Don't break the pipe. I noted
John's
this.
first pipe.
Yes.
That's John's first pipe fight.
Would I be able to roll naval tactics? Would Terrica maybe see something with naval tactics that could be useful?
Naval tactics, no. Military tactics, yes. But any sort of like melee or any kind of combat role other than naval tactics, because that's really about spaceships, will get you some info.
You don't want me rolling any of Terrica's melee anything here. Nobody wants that.
It's an education check. You're just basically rolling
Yes.
a base education check.
That's true.
I
Yeah,
mean-
it's education based.
Or survival
jack of all
actually would
trades.
also work.
Oh,
If you wanted to,
survival.
you don't-
Or survival?
Survival would also work.
What about just straight tactics? Not naval,
Yeah,
just
yeah, that's
tactics
absolutely fine.
on
Absolutely
education? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, let's do that. But,
Absolutely.
well, we'll see. This could hurt or help.
Because okay, good. So the thing about what's great about Traveler is that if you have the specialization, you have the base skill. You can always roll that with, and you're trained in it. So that's always very nice. So this is what I can tell you. I'm sorry, Terrica, which side of the dais are you on? Are you?
Terrica would be behind Quint's side.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm just checking to see where
I
you're
mean-
standing. Just.
I feel like this is a trick question, but I don't think that they would stand anywhere else. They'd stand behind Quint.
It is a trick question, but not for you. I'm just yeah. Severance, just wondering, Severance, where are you standing? You know, which side of the dais?
Great question. Which side?
Mm-hmm.
Like bride or groom side?
Yes, basically.
Is that
Yes.
the rules here?
Yes. Basically.
There's the knife side and the
Voting
Quint
for.
side. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think I'm going to try to be in the middle because as much as I would be on Quinn's side, I also don't want to show a bias because it's more about the celebration than it is anyone winning. For at least
Very nice.
At least for the show of it all.
Mm-hmm.
Very diplomatic of you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And now I get to ask the trick question. So, Val, where are you standing?
Where is Emma standing?
Emma's on the other side of the. But I'm just saying that you have you have Terrica and Quint over there, and then you've got Knives over here. I'm just wondering where you're standing.
Well, if by the other side you meant that Emma's over on like Knives' side.
Emma
That's
is
Emma
Knives.
Knives.
one.
Emma is
Emma is
nice,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Knives is fighting.
That's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
We're picking Quint's side or the enemy's side or
Or
the other
Emma's
person's side.
No,
side.
it's Emma's. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's Emma's fighting?
Yeah.
Knives. I'm fighting
I'm
Knives.
on her side then.
It's Quinn versus Emma.
Yeah. See, it wasn't
think
really a trick question because I knew the answer, but I just wanted it said out loud.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely like gives.
I'm
But now
standing
we know
on
that
my
Greg
side
got
of the
right.
ring, just so you know.
By the
Like
way, all
Connor.
that information coming in with a lag was fucking great. I got like 2% of everything everybody said. So.
3 times.
So, for the record, I just want to note that Terrica and Quint are on one side getting ready to fight. We have Severence who's overseeing the whole thing from the middle, which is actually where the speaker is. And then we have Emma, also known as Knives, with the doc on that side. Just
It just looks like we're really assimilating. That's what this looks like. We're just like, oh yeah, we're just so friendly. You're just all spread out. Yeah. There's no tension anywhere whatsoever between anybody. Yep.
It's gonna be great. We're not
Here for
expecting
it.
any
Terrica
other
wanted to say
conflict to
something.
happen except just this one.
Terrica just sort of flashes a look over there, but they also did absolutely see the whole moment
Oh yeah.
that they had, and I don't think Terrica has any sort of like they see what's going on. So they're just sort of like it's just a look, but they have like their diplomatic face on, and then they'll turn to Quint and relay all of the information, whatever it is that I just learned from the tactics roll. They'll relay all of that to Quint.
what you've picked up is this. A couple of things. One, the pipes are not particularly high technology at all. They are good, like the materials are good and they will last, right? But they are not super high-tech modern technology. 2 dice damage, by the way, is what they are, 2d6 damage.
Okay. Put that in my
The
weapons.
armor seems to you to be certainly not as advanced as what you get on Drinax at all. Well, if Drinax had industry, Drinax could produce things way more high-tech. Drinax has no factories, however, because the entire planet was bombed by the Aslan. So, I mean, theoretically, if they had factories, Drinax could make way better things.
Patent pending.
But you don't. But technologically, you know, this is like 9 or 10. That's what you'd say. Tech level.
Okay.
It's good. It's good. It seems to you as if this is probably some of their better stuff that they have here for this sort of ceremonial space for armor. You also note that there are, as you sort of look, the dice itself also has, not in sort of like in obvious display, but like on the bottom, they're like kind of like where your feet would be, little cubbies. And if you sort of look, there are like, there's the rest of the armor is there, like helmet and the rest of it. There also seem to be carbines. So this looks to be like both a ceremonial space, but also perhaps like the locker room for the elite forces. Like this is like you got like maybe 10 people could come in here, grab stuff, and get kitted up if necessary. If something happened, right, they could sort of come here, grab stuff. They would not grab the pipes, they would grab carbines. But there are actual sort of rifles and full armor sort of tucked underneath, which in the center of the place, which says to you, which you also know is not that, because it's your you roll tactics, right, as opposed to other things, which is not very far from where the speaker's sort of like meeting room and sort of house home is. You kind of get the vibe that if things got really bad, people would come here to grab this sort of gear. And it's pretty good gear that's tucked under. But you also get the vibe that this is probably... in other places, this stuff would be in somebody's home, or be in their personal footlocker, or it would be in an armory that only people with special kind of clearance can have. But this is just out here in the center of the city, which says to you that either multiple people in the city are trained to be able to use these things, so that anybody who's trained can come here and get it, or that there is a larger number of people who are trained to do this, and they know that if things get bad, they come here to do it. Like this might be like a special or elite place, but whatever it says, it also says the idea of ownership or territoriality is not exactly the same as you might be used to. There's a bit more sort of communal use of items here than you might have in other places. That said, this platform that they're sort of getting ready to go on is, so each one of these hexes is 1.5 meters. So the sort of inner area is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's like 9 meters, which is like what, 27 feet, something like that. And then it's a little bit broader than that. So it's not super small, but it's not super wide. It's a little bit bigger for somebody. A person couldn't cross one into the other in one, like, just immediately. You'd have to take a little bit of time to get all the way across. Probably falling off might be an issue if somebody's going to try to push somebody like that. But there don't seem to be any traps or surprises in the sense of like trapdoors or jets of flame. You don't see any kind of space for that at all. It looks to you like this was probably at one point in time this could probably be opened. You think it is probably if somebody, like, okay, there are old prisons that you've heard about, right, that would have like a hold where they'd keep people in like isolation, that kind of thing. If you would imagine this was probably the place where they would have to go down there, right? Down, there's probably some kind of underground thing that would be like some kind of terrible solitary.
Is this like the pit in the Jabba the Hutt like thing, like that sort of idea where it like sticks, yeah, or whatever? No, when he
Or
like
with the
not the Sarlacc pit, the Rancor pit, yeah.
Yeah,
is it like that?
But it is like that, but you would think, but looking at it, doesn't look like it's been opened in years.
Okay.
But it seems as if, like, your vibe is that they have sort of basically repurposed this one thing that was maybe not a great thing for them and made it something else.
Okay.
Right, so that's the kind of vibe that you're getting. Other than that, you don't really see anything. It's going to be, in terms of tactics, it's going to be, you don't really know how good Knives is at what Knives does.
Their name is Knives. I'm going to guess they're really good at blades. I don't know about bludgeonings. They're probably really good with knives.
Yep.
Fingers crossed they're really good with pipes, too.
Yeah.
And just, you know,
It took me a bit. That joke I lagged on. Very well done.
As you're getting sort of kitted up, one of the the younger sort of people who are like sort of strapping you into your armor, it says, all right, so listen up. These are the rules, yeah?
Yes.
Because we're going by the way we do it here.
Oh, please,
know.
I'd love to know the rules.
Right, it's first person who gets 3 points wins. All right, 3 points. A point is a blow strong enough to make you feel it. Okay? But torso shots only. None of this going for the head or anything like that. This is a friendly.
Oh, good.
We're going for good solid hits. First to 3 wins. If a person's not in the dice, they're not in the competition. But you'll be all right. Just watch out. Knives is a bit dangerous. It's been around the block a couple times, but is honorable.
Good to hear it.
Anything else goes. Just no blows beyond the torso. Other than that, you can do what you want. Yeah.
Noted. Thank you.
All right, and the Sandalian Noble's going to be your second then?
Oh, no, I don't think
Pilots
I have a
and
second.
No.
Well,
Terrica looks like terrified.
they need a second in case it goes bad.
What happens what happens if it goes bad?
Well, let's say this one here, the Harlock, just gets knocked out of the ring. Well, you might need to step in and finish it. We'll get you strapped up as well. And they pull out like a flak shell. And they start strapping it onto you.
Like,
That we would.
where's
assuming that
Quint?
would happen
I
and
think
be a loss.
Quint should be the second.
Quint is observing from the other side, opposite of where Severence is.
Okay, of course Quint is.
Yeah. And then they hand you a pipe.
Oh God.
But don't worry.
Terrica, like, they don't immediately drop it, but there's that moment where, like, you know, when you hand someone something heavy that they don't quite expect the weight of, there's that, like, oh, right, I'm gonna
There's like a
readjust for the
slight
weight.
shifting of priorities of like, okay, don't hurt the pipe, don't kill Knives. Now it's like, don't kill Knives. Make sure Terrica doesn't have to go in second. Don't hurt the pipe. Okay, no, shifted.
Does Knives have a second?
Oh, we're gonna hit you in a moment.
You're gonna have to cut me knives.
So here's the thing. If you get pushed out of the ring or you exit yourself before the 3 good strong blows, then your second will be coming in. All right, you ready?
Right. Right. Yep.
All right. So, again, it's sort of like a tag team, right? But the numbers don't reset. Excellent. All right.
Terrica will like turn to Quint and they'll take a second and like compose themselves, and then they'll be like, "You've got this. You've
Don't
got
worry,
this.
I won't let you get to second.
Thank you."
I'll walk
That
out.
would
Quint isn't very concerned about her own well-being during this. It's just like, oh, okay, we can't get knocked out of the ring. All right, okay.
Oh, but we could. On the other end of the dais, Knives is getting sort of like, people are coming in sort of like strapping Knives in to her sort of flak shell. And there's like a number of people, like younger warriors, perhaps seconds, lieutenants, people who are very excited to be chosen to be Knives' second, because that seems to be a great honor. To be a second is a great honor, and you can tell there's like a gaggle of maybe 5 or 6 people, and you could tell immediately the minute it came time for somebody to strap Knives into her armor, there were like 3 people who just like jumped up really quickly. One of them got there, and they've strapped her in, and they don't say anything, but they're waiting. And then Knives just sort of looks at all of them, up and down, and then just turns to Val and says, "Well, we need a second." for
He
this."
walks over and puts a flak jacket on.
And she just smiles and doesn't even have to finish. And then she pulls out a pipe. She checks it for balance. She puts it down. She gets one she likes better. And then she hands it over to Val.
Oh.
And she says, "This one's my favorite."
He's gonna introduce her to a new
Thank
favorite. Oh.
I've already got my favorite, but I'll use yours.
And then she picks up a second one, and she steps up onto the dais. And you have then, on either end of the dais, 2 warriors ready to have an exhibition. The crowd is excited, and the dais is prepared. The lights are always the same, because it's an underwater city with, it's artificial lighting at all times. But it is ready. And there's a very old woman who stands in the middle of this dais. And she calls out, and you can hear above the crowd her voice. She says, "Oi! Shut up! All right? We've got guests here from the fabled Drinax. They've come. They're ambassadors, and they're, well, captain of that ship. It's right up there, the Harlock." And people go, "Ah!" There's a shout, a cheer. Seconded by the Sandalian noble. I've heard.
Pilot!
I've heard
Pilot.
that this is one of those from the Repenhausen family, I've been told. Second, on our side, we have our ambassador. And before the old woman can even say the name, you hear it. "Knives! Knives!" A cheer on the other side. And we've been told that Knives is taken as her second, their doctor. We have done a bit of research, the oracles, she says.
Oh no.
This doctor, you may have heard of his name, Dr. Valentine Morrissey from the planet of Asim. Good salt of the earth. He knows the streets and the fields. But most importantly, this delegation of Drinaxians is helmed by the great Corsair Severence, who you, I'm sure, are well aware of from the stories of the great ship heist of about 7 years ago. The Imperial ship heist. You hear it go, "Oh, the Severence!"
Not a work on a better name than the ship heist from about 7 years ago. Yes, that's the one. Yes, thank you.
And like a couple people just come up to you, like slap your back, and like kind of like nod to you, like Severance. People like a couple like people are not. People's sense of like personal space is a little bit like fluid, and people like just like people will slap you on the back, and like, "Oh, I heard about that one. It was always a good steal," right? And like people kind of like move
How did you
about.
hit the same spot the other guy?
We are conducting a business with this group of Drinaxians. And all business conducted indoors is also conducted outdoors. We are in negotiation. They have offered, our Corsair friend has offered technology and support so that we might build a high port. A high port, number one, where we might be able to reach the stars freely and control our own destiny. The speaker We'll continue these negotiations with time. There are more details to learn, but as always, the oracles are always available. We, the League of Nine, will be available at any time for anyone from Falaka to speak and wish to know what is happening and to give their words and thoughts. As this goes, we will send off our runners to all parts of the city. We will have the next few weeks, the fortnight, to gather all thoughts from anyone within Falaka. But first, we have an entertainment. Ambassador Knives. The killer. The thriller. Our hometown hero. Step onto the dais. The Harlock. Reputed to be a flyer of the skies and of space. Fearless and dangerous. Step forward. We now allow this place, in this once poisoned, now cleaned home, where we all walk as equal. You may begin. And with that, this little old woman sort of like hobbles a little bit off of the dais and leaves this space to you. And I believe I have, I wanted something a little, that's not exciting enough. I want something really just gonna get me.
Something real piping. You have some pipes?
I want something really
Some woodwinds?
pipey. I want a really good pipe fight. You know what I mean? Like, I've got a, is it
Pipes.
it's not
Battle
dangerous.
pipes.
I just want a big, do I want Black Vortex? No, I know. I want this one, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Horns.
Bagpipes.
Yeah, pipes.
We begin.
Dual wood pipes.
No, I want,
Cool,
I think I want
cool.
Aggressor. Yeah,
Oh. Fun.
yeah. So, shall we begin?
Sure.
Yeah, initiative.
Okay. Initiative.
Yes.
Everyone or just the two of them?
Just,
Just
well,
us.
I will tell you
Well-
what.
Just the two of you?
You all can roll initiative, just in case we might need it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Just in
That's what I
case we
was
might need
thinking.
it.
Yep. Well, it's a troop show, so I figured.
You opened your mouth, Cord, and here we are rolling initiative.
We might need it after all. Let me pull
I'm not the
up.
fighter, so I mean.
Oh, well, you never know. You never know. Quint is at a 9.
I'm gonna roll
did you roll?
initiative with the ancestral
It's
memories.
just-
Is that cool?
2d6, right?
I'm going to remove all turns and clear that.
There is
Clear.
a button on the sheet on the combat
There is.
page.
Ah,
Yes.
that's what I'm missing.
I'm going to note one thing. We've got initiative 9 for Quint. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Oh, there are a lot of people in here that I need to, if you don't mind, I'm gonna have to clear all of this. Remove all turns, clear list. Clear. Boom. Okay.
I just figured
Sorry.
out how to roll initiative.
I'm gonna just put you all in there. Captain Baron Severence is a 6.
Thank you.
Before we start, I just need to know, does anybody want to roll tactics?
Yes.
Military.
No.
No.
Only
Does it take
I only
my
have regular
action?
tactics.
I don't have
It's-
military
it's-
tactics. I have jack of all trades.
Now I will note, the effect of that roll will impact your initiative if you want to roll it for your side.
Oh, no, I'm good. I'll stick with my 9.
Okay, all right. let's
I think
get you on here then, shall we?
my odds of rolling better tactics is lower than just a base good
I
initiative.
could roll military tactics, but I
You
don't
could?
think I would here. It's not like I'm going to be relaying the information. I'm here to watch. I'm here to.
Go left! Go left! Quit! I mean, Captain Harlock!
Yeah, exactly.
Trooper,
gonna just
quick question: would Knives roll
Absolutely.
tactics so I could get a boost?
Absolutely. Are you kidding? Yes.
Ooh.
And it's funny you mentioned, but Knives does actually have that skill. I know that surprises you.
This is my
No.
surprise face.
Look, I have some surprise. Look, but does Knives have admin? That's what I want to know. Like,
Yes.
I have
Knives
admin.
is,
Oh, no.
after all, a,
Dang it.
Oh, right. Yeah, they're like a foreman to the.
oh,
Knives is
Really
a
a supervisor.
is a supervisor.
Knives might not have pilot
Oh no!
because
Okay,
no one
all right,
leaves
all
the
right.
planet.
Knives is a jack of all trades.
Oh.
so.
Five. Okay. So this is going to be that's -2 to this side's initiative. I'm afraid. Yep. Val, what's your initiative? Did we get you?
Yeah,
6.
six.
Yeah. So you're at a 4.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's get ourselves on here. Why don't we? I need to get Val in there. Let me add your turn. And also for Knives, we'll just roll Knives initiative. Hey Knives, how you doing?
Everybody has your cheat sheet for combat for no particular reason out?
Just in case you might need
yeah.
it.
Well,
No
neither do I
reason.
for probably no reason.
Thought I was gonna need this episode.
11 -2
Oh,
because
mine's 2.
of
9. We're tied.
9 tied.
Trooper
Let's just
passed
get,
us the cheat sheet for combat and other useful skills.
Just
for
in
no
case, 'cause
reason.
I mean, I made it a while
Beginning of the
ago. I just,
episode.
Wait.
So,
If I re-roll just tactics, does that give me any
Right.
new information than from the last time I rolled it?
no, but
Or
you
does
can
that
roll
help you?
one person per side can roll military tactics to give a bonus to initiative.
Oh, I see.
Doing it.
I can try and roll just straight tactics.
I think us having
I
an
don't have
8 and a 9
military
is
tactics.
great.
I do feel good about the 8 and the 9.
All right then.
I'm not gonna risk
I
it.
don't want to have a
it's-
negative. I don't.
It's not. This isn't a naval battle. When we get back into the skies, we'll do more things.
I need to know a question from you, dear, the Harlock.
Me? Yes, the Harlock. Is it how much dexterity I have? The answer is 12.
Okay. You beat Knives. Knives has got athletics for dexterity, but that will not help.
I'm very
You may go
dexterous.
first. You may go first.
Okay.
You are, because you're a
I am. I was in Circuit Soleimani.
you are. For people who are not you, for chat, you don't need to know this because you already know it. But I will note the following. On your turn, our players have a significant action they can take, a minor action they can take, any number of free actions, and any number of reactions. Defenses are reactions, and they will make your other actions more difficult later. You can always trade in your significant action for 2 minor actions, so you could basically take 3 minor actions if you like. And significant actions are things like attacking, using leadership to help out other folks, or any kind of long-term thing that takes a lot of concentration. And then your minor actions include things like aiming, changing stance, like getting up from being prone.
But you can only aim in ranged combat. You can't aim in melee. So
That is correct. Drawing and reloading, moving, or any kind
Yeah.
of actions that don't require concentration, like picking something up, that kind of a thing. And your reactions are things like dodging, diving for cover, parrying, any kind of opportunity attack.
yeah,
you may
I'm.
go.
Yes, I am moving forward. My 6
can move
meters that I
6
get as a
6
human.
meters.
And then I am going, and I'm also whipping out my pipe.
And I will note that you have to sort of step down a little bit when you get from like that sort of taller ring right to the lower one. And you whip out your pipe.
Yeah.
Knives will
That's me.
do the same. I've got 6, right? Which is just 1, 2, 3, boom, boom.
4 basically.
So-
you can move
yeah,
4
4.
hexes.
So Knives steps forward, little bit by little bit. Just sort of comes forward, not slowly, not cocky, but with a bit of a swiftness, but very aware of you. Aware
Yeah,
of the
I think
distance
neither of us are
between you.
moving cockily at all.
But also not warily. It's not like, oh, I'm so nervous, but more like, all right, let's go. Just sort of step right up into that space, and you are just about 15 feet, right, from each other? At this
Yes.
moment? No,
If
3,
this
9,
was an
10 feet.
actual duel, or if this was an actual fight to the death kind of thing, Quint would be a bit more nervous. But this is an exhibition, and I love the stage. So, yes, I'm gonna do my best to be.
Uh-huh.
We want to be like, are you not entertained?
Interesting. Well then,
It's
well
a
then, I'm
cancer
afraid
after all.
that's going to be an interesting thing that we've just had a discussion about. You made me think about something.
I'm just
Terrica.
letting you know that's
no,
why I
no.
look so confident.
It started now. I'm afraid you started it, and
I'm happy to.
oh,
I did.
oh,
I
you
did
don't
start
even
the
know.
initiative.
Oh, you
Yeah.
don't even know what's going to happen now. You don't even
Look,
know.
we have confidence in the entertainer. We're good.
Yeah.
Even if I
Terrica.
lose, I want to provide good entertainment value. That's
Oh, yeah, it's on now. Go ahead. We'll find out. We'll find out who's gonna be more entertaining. Yeah, sure. It's fine. Terrica, what do you do? You have a chance to do something if you wish. You're muted, though.
Oh, of course I am. That explains why the whole time that I was talking and then when I came on camera and then all these things. Anywho, I don't think that there's anything that Terrica can do right now. I don't beyond like shouting encouragement. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to check because I wanted to give you that opportunity.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I don't think they wouldn't do anything. They'd just
Shouting
be watching.
encouragement,
Like,
is that a leadership? Is that a leadership
That-
role?
That would
sure,
be
if I had
role.
leadership.
Oh,
But that would
how
be
do
a
I
leadership
have
role, as a matter of
leadership
fact.
and you don't?
Because Terrica doesn't want to be a leader.
Because you're the
Terrica's
Harlock.
avoiding that one.
That's true. I'm the
Hardcore.
Harlock.
Hardcore.
Yep.
Yeah. Severence. Is there anything you would like to do?
Not really. Just gonna watch.
I'm just trying to make sure. Just in
There's
case.
no, I'm just sort of. I'm interested. I mean, where is the speaker? Are they close to me? Sorry, I was up getting.
The speaker actually is close to you. The speaker is standing with you because that's like you're like the sort of like the political delegation together. If that makes any sense.
Yes. But, I'm just gonna lean over and go. High port management on Captain.
Yes. What do you think? Well, I think, of course, we should be managing it. How
No,
good
I
is
say the
your
captain. If the captain wins, my
what?
captain, then we manage
Yeah.
it.
No, you can't manage the port. You don't even live here. You managing it doesn't make sense. We'd have what do you call it? Absentee managers. That don't make no sense at all.
All right, well, we'll see about that. And then I sort of
Drinaxing
quietly
people
watch.
in.
No,
Val.
see.
Yes.
Would you like to do anything?
Val just wants to check and subtly see if there is any shenanigans and/or cheating going on. He doesn't think so, but he wants to look just to make sure that there isn't some type of like favorable positioning or something with the table or medically maybe somebody's like enhanced, just a casual type of observation.
That will
type of
be
thing.
intelligence based, and
Okay.
you've got a couple of different options. Streetwise, recon, gives you slightly different things. Both of those I think would or deception, basically, would be the two main options that you would have. 3, but they will give you slightly different things.
And you say it's intelligence for deception?
Yeah, intelligence for all of them, because intelligence is your ability to sort of like suss things out in the moment, as opposed to education, which is like learned abilities. It's like a...
That's a 12.
Ooh.
Okay, so this is going to be about seeing if people are cheating, if people are lying, if there's some kind of like hidden or sneaky things going on, right? This is about, yeah. This is what you can tell. Knives, I'm going to actually have to say 2 things, one of which Lindy's going to have to say, one of which is not on me. Knives is downplaying her skill. She's sort of moving out in a way to make her seem a little bit less of a threat. She seems to be wanting to sort of lull the Harlock into a little bit of a false sense of security, while not making herself seem weak, but just like she seems to be working at maybe perhaps like 80% of her capacity, just to sort of test to see what we have. The Harlock, i.e. Quint, what kind of what is there any kind of deception or play going on?
No deception. Just, ready to fight. Pipe in hand, and you would notice that a bit more of a theatrical walk, perhaps, is being taken. Nothing, not trying to make himself look less competent or more competent, but definitely seems ready to put on a show, win or lose.
Yeah. You will also note that it seems to you as if Knives has got something prepared, that you get the vibe. It's like a little bit of a tingle of excitement, like Knives has got something prepared for the opening. You don't know what it is, but you can tell that they're a little bit excited about it, like just like an inner sort of tickle. Other than that, what you can also tell is that everybody else seems to be enjoying themselves. Nobody seems particularly stressed. There are a couple of people who are watching, mostly the oracles. And the oracles are all sort of much older. And they're watching, and you can tell that they are looking to see if anyone's going to cheat. And they are sort of quite... they're watching. You also note they seem to be... Yeah, they want to see if anybody's cheating. And they're sort of set up where you think that they could probably get onto the dais pretty quickly if somebody is doing something inappropriate. It seems if the security is such that they're here to make sure that nobody does anything dishonorable or cheats in any way. It also does not feel to you as if the rest of the crowd is worried or bothered by that at all. People seem pretty relaxed. You also sort of get, I would say, just generally speaking, as you're watching, I'll have to ask Severence to give his thoughts. The speaker is completely open, right? There, you can see them kind of having a bit of a conversation with each other. And he seems completely open. He doesn't mean as if he's deceiving or being deceptive or hiding anything. The vibe you get from most of these folks is they're fairly straightforward. They don't seem to be hiding much of anything. And you don't quite see a lot of like ambushy sense. Like nobody's like being sketchy. The only kind of thing you get is that the oracles, and the oracles have got like much younger and a bit more fit folks who are there, and they're trying not to they're trying to not vibe as if they are being vigilant, because they don't want to bring down the mood. They want everything to sort of stay convivial. But you're getting that they are there, that they are watchful, that they're sort of, and they've sort of hit all the approaches so that in case somebody does something inappropriate, they can sort of rush the stage. But they're also trying not to sort of vibe as if that's what they're doing, because they don't want the crowd to sort of, it's not good for the show, right? Severence.
Wait, there's only one other thing I'd like to do, if at all possible.
No, I have a question about, I want Severence to answer your question.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. He's got a very good role to sort of suss out deception. You know, are you in any way being deceptive, putting on a pretense? at this moment?
I don't think so. No. Being deceptive?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay. Terrica?
Then again,
same
when
question.
am I not? Maybe I'm
But,
you know
I
what
mean, I'm just if you're like, you know.
No more than
there's an-
usual.
Not more than
usual?
usual. Thank you. Yes.
Good. That is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Terrica, are you putting on
I-
a false front of any sort?
I don't think they are. I think they're just really hoping they don't have to end up on the stage. They're really hoping that Quint does not get seriously hurt. And they're very aware of Val on the other side of the arena right now.
Great. Val, that is what you suss with your deception check.
Okay. While keeping like his eyes locked on Terrica, he will, and I don't know, whatever the equivalent of ordering a round of drinks for everybody that he jumped over to become second. Like the group of young Turks that were back there getting ready to fight.
Yep.
He wants to be able to just like, order them food or drink or whatever
Carouse.
it is to.
Carouse.
Oh, I have to carouse it.
Yeah. Social standing. Carouse.
Do I get a bonus from my awesome roll?
Well, that's a deception check. No. However, you do get a
Do you
boon
get a bonus for being
because
Knives second?
you do get a bonus for being Knives second.
Nice. So is that a 1 or 2 modifier?
You just get to roll the boon.
Okay.
Ooh, I'll do that.
You also get this. That boon is also there because you're with the Corsair Severence, who did some criminality a little while back.
Nice.
Ooh. Okay. Okay.
That's a crit.
That is very good.
2 6s.
These young Turks,
Nice.
like when you sort of like call out, you don't call out to them. You call out to some of the other folks who are around, and you can see like a sort of like a group of miners sort of nod, and they sort of go off. They come back with drinks, with a small little mini keg, and they sort of start giving some to the little young Turks who are hanging out, and
The miners giving drinks to miners. I see.
Yes.
yes, and you could tell they were like iffy about you, but as you sort of get drinks for them, they assess you, and there's something about your vibe. There's something very, you have a lot of airs.
There's something
you don't have
very
a lot of,
right. There's something very like I'm dope and do dope shit. Like you just
Right.
yeah, but it's more like, it's not just that you're dope, it's also that you've got a vibe that you're one of them. You know what I mean? Like you, like when you do this, it doesn't feel like you're some like rich noble, for example, who's just coming in. It feels like you are just a regular one of like the salty earth working sort of
One field.
person. One field.
That's
And
one field.
that kind of vibe that you have, a very sort of like a groundedness, right, in your roots, in that way, that rootedness just comes off. And they just feel quite at ease with you in this moment. And you notice that they get closer to you, and you find yourself, it's subtle, it doesn't happen all at once, but you find that you are still slightly separate because you need to be able to step onto the dais in case something happens. But it's almost as if you are now part of their gang, right? That you are sort of in a group with them together. Like they're a little bit off because you've got stuff to do, but they're drinking. There's a little bit of like a laughter here or there in a way that sort of, you don't even get all their language, but you feel as if you're being included in the joke and included in their crew, as if you've been seen and acknowledged as being
Included.
one of them.
and just to leave it here, Val is playing that shit up. Like he'll turn around and be like, "What are you guys laughing at? I don't like the look of that guy right there. Or not that guy over there. Yeah, fuck you both. Ah, that kind of shit."
And like they are trying to get your language, right? Because they speak this old Sindalian dialect, and some of them pick up little bits in here, and then like you hear like broken sort of Galangic and about like your face, right? And then there's like, and it's this sort of ways in which through like your mama jokes and like various sorts of things, like you can kind of pick up like little bits there, right?
would anybody speak like Aslan or like was it Voker?
Vargar, yeah.
He would
Actually, there.
Yeah, Vargar. He would throw out like crude shit, you know?
Oh,
Just like
if you start, yeah,
like
if you start throwing out Vargar, there are people who speak Vargar, and all of a sudden that becomes like, oh, because the Vargar are known to be pirates, and so there's quite a bit of Vargar that's actually also spoken around here as well, and there are some crude jokes, and you can hear people are betting. Then you can start hearing some of the bets are coming out in Vargar, right? And you're like, oh, and you can just sort of like hear little bits of like somebody's like, oh yeah, do you hear like my boyfriend? And like there's just like you can kind of just like get when they see that they can communicate with you in Vargar, they start moving a little bit into Vargar. It's still pretty accented and it feels a little antiquated, a little bit here and there, very slangy. But like you can hear that they're just kind of pulling you into a real sort of camaraderie in this moment.
Then to leave my little moment, he would just be like standing, like leaning back in all of these people and just eyes locked on Terrica as he's sitting there just smoking, just like in this group, just laughing. It's like,
yeah, it's Quint, it's you.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention to any of that. I have bigger things to worry about.
Things are happening. Mm-hmm.
They are. I'm going to move. I'm like debating. I'm like looking at like how many squares. Okay, yeah. Move there. And move in. And I think it's gonna be a very flourish-y type swing again for the torso. But I went first. So I'm gonna make the first move.
Okay. Please, if you would, roll it. It's your either strength or dex, whichever you like.
Strength.
With that, if you have bludgeoning, you can roll it. Otherwise, just a plain.
I don't.
Plain melee.
I can just click the weapon roll, right? Does that roll the attack too? Or does that just deal damage?
You have to put in the skill. You have to put in.
Yeah. I've got.
Yeah.
Which is 0 because my skill is all in blades.
And you've got as long as you get a stat in there as well, yes?
Yes, I've got my strength. Yes, because the skill is 0, because you only put points in the speciality, right? Cool, yes. Just making sure. Double checking. All right, just 2d6, let's go. Oh, only 8.
The attack is 8, which would be good enough to hit if she doesn't parry. She will use one of her reactions to parry.
That's a good call.
Yes, which will increase the difficulty that you have to roll. And I'm going to tell you by how much it increases it. It increases it by... She can do melee off of either dex or strength. Yeah, so that would increase it by... 5. So you would have need to hit a 13.
Ooh. Yeah, no, that doesn't hit.
Just to note it, right? That's just a thing to note. And that as you come in, right, with this pipe, she swings her pipe to block yours, right, as you're right about to hit her torso. Just ping.
Yeah. Which is fine. It's exciting either way, because again, this is all a show.
And you notice that she is very skilled at what she does, and it's probably her strength.
Oh, good, because I don't feel bad about using my strong arm now.
Yes, she is going to come at you for her turn.
Go for it.
She sort of just like slightly moves around you, and I'm going to make this roll, and then I'm going to tell you what she does.
Okay.
Yep. I need to turn this off of this. That is going to be a... Here's my skill. Oop, wrong one. Yeah. I need to get the right number. I'm going to have to add to this because they only give you 2 options for which stat to use, and she's using neither strength nor dex for this roll.
Oh, interesting.
I thought you might find that interesting.
That is very
she's-
interesting.
She'll be using her strength's a +1, so it'll be a 3. Okay. So I roll an 11.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
Well, sorry, it's actually a 10 because she took a parry on her turn.
Okay. Yes. 'Cause
Would
you have
you-
-4. Yep.
Would you like to parry or dodge?
What is it to hit? It's 8 to hit, right?
Yes, 8's to hit. And if you parry or
Cool.
dodge, you get to have your melee DM or your Dex Athletics DM add to that difficulty.
DM, yes. Okay, I will parry with my pipe then, which is a +3. Which means she needs an 11 to hit, which she does not.
Okay, she does not. So I'm going to note something about this for you.
Okay.
She comes in, right? This, like, she sort of blocks you. And she sort of, like, she moves around. She does this, like, spinning, like, acrobatic flip. And as she does this huge flip, right? It's like, it is very showy. For the record, she uses her social standing rather than dex or strength to attack you.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Which meant that if she had hit, she probably would have done no damage, right? But she does this
Interesting.
massive, like acrobatic spin, this sort of leap the side, and then she comes around, huge sweep, like huge, massive telegraph sweep coming straight down at your torso, which you
And I think
impressively
came in like that, and then just does the whoop, like drops down to block. Shook.
and sparks, like sort of like, but everyone goes whoa, right? And this is very clear to you that what she did was meant purely for like display and show, and that
And I think
despite
Quint
how
will just
strong she is, right? It would have hit
grin.
you.
Yeah, Quint would just grin at this, like, oh, okay, it's on. The Harlock has taken a back seat now.
Okay. Terrica. Would you like to do
Yes. Sorry.
Would you like to do anything? I'm going to let you know that this woman comes out with the most showy, very like stunt woman showiness, right? Like big telegraph blow that like reads, because this is like you're in a dais and people from all over are watching this area, and she just comes in with this massive swing, which you know was parried. Do you want to do anything?
Well, also, Val is staring at Terrica from across the arena.
There's a different duel going on right now, as it turns out.
There is a different duel. Before that happened, I was going to try to talk you into letting me roll athletics to see if I could give Quint any inside information about knives, but
You could. But that depends on whether
I could.
you want to send your what's the word? Your concentration. You've got Val over there, and you've got this in the center. Where would you like to send your concentration?
Well, okay, I can't decide, so we're gonna roll 2d6, and evens will be staying on Val, and odds will be rolling athletics. I think the shiny, flashy jump distracts Terrica, and they're gonna see if there's any information that they could potentially give.
That would be intellect athletics.
Oh, never mind the one I just did then. Hang on.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's the same.
You're watching, and the thing is, she's clearly doing something, like her performance is such that you're not quite certain what her actual capabilities are. You can tell that she's very skilled at athletics, acrobatics, but you don't know, you're not quite certain what she's doing, right? I mean, she's putting on a show, but it's hard to figure out how to give a good advice, to sort of toss out advice.
If I may,
Please.
I would argue there's another distraction happening that
Oh.
makes it very hard for Terrica to have caught everything to give any sort of advice. So I would argue that their eyes snap to Knives doing this stunt, and then
I'm so sorry. I need you to
Sorry,
roll one more
is it not
d6.
stunt?
Well,
One more
wait.
d6.
Let me ask you a question. Would you like to roll another d6?
Oh no. Yes, I'm doing it, Lindy. I'm doing it. I can't resist.
Please roll another d6 and replace your lowest if you're rolling with a boon. So that goes from so that's a 9 rather than a 5 because
Where did I get a boom from?
where did you get? That's such a good question. That's weird. Your brooch is warm.
No.
Yeah.
That
That's
doesn't
why I
need
said
to
don't
happen.
do it.
Hey,
Um.
people have announced you as a noble,
Oh.
and they used your name, and the word has gotten out a little bit. And people are
They
thinking
did
about you.
use my name.
They did.
Well, that's a problem.
Yes. So you can give a +1, but you have to explain to me about this. What you're seeing, of course, is that she's going big, right? She's going for really big movements that will read for the crowd really well. You can tell that while she clearly has the capability of being much more serious, that she seems to be planning next time around to continue a bit of showiness in order to make a big show of it. But that showiness is a bit telegraphing, which means you could probably let Quint get a sense. You could probably get Quint a bit of sense of the directionality and vibe of where she's moving.
So, Quint and Terrica are both pilots. And I imagine that you would see something like this as well if you're in a dogfight and you can see the pilots who are doing the loop-de-loops rather than an actual strategic loop up to come above. And I think I already don't know the term, but if there were to be a term in this world for that, I think it would be dancer pilots. I think it would be dancer pilots. Yeah. So I think Terrica, this is how I see it happening. Terrica's eyes are on Val. They see this really dramatic move. Yeah. Their eyes snap to where Knives is. They read the situation, and then they shout to Quint, "Mind the dancer pilots." And then their eyes snap back to Val.
And now if you imagine, you two are both halfway up the stairs, so you can see each other, and you're like you can see each other from probably the torso up, right? You know what I mean? As you're your lower bodies are obscured by the bottom half of the dais, and it's full bodies there, half bodies for you two and the rest of the crowd. Severence. The speaker goes, "Ha! Look at Knives. She's gonna make mincemeat of your captain."
I doubt that. There is nothing. I actually have no idea what I'm looking at. What makes you say that?
Knives is one of the best there is.
Right. Well, we're challenging that. Right with
We'll
this.
see.
Watch this. Watch. They're gonna. Captain's got something up their sleeve. What?
100 credits.
Is it?
Per blow.
Per blow.
So friendly.
I would take that bet, but I'm already out, it looks like.
All right. I know you're not going to take the bet because you know your captain's going to lose. It's all right. I respect it.
You find me far more childish than you realize. You understand? For coming at me with that way of trying to antagonize me to take your bet is very youthful. You know that.
Well, I like to think that I'm young at heart.
I always say, with convincing like that, it's be careful. She's going up to. Whoops, watch your head there.
It's all
I
right.
sort of push them back from the ring. Careful. But just want to make sure that you know what it is that you're. I will let you 2 more punches, and then we'll talk about that. Doesn't matter on who. 2 more punches. We'll renegotiate. How about that?
All right.
So I think
do you want to make?
very
Do you want to
soon
do anything in
you are
particular?
going to want to change your mind.
Oh, I don't think so. Don't think so at all.
Very well.
Do you want to do anything while? I just want to make sure you have the opportunity.
I want to do anything. I want to cheat, but I don't know how yet. I will. I'm still waiting. I think think there is a moment where this sort of banter between him and the speaker, him calling him youthful,
By the way,
him calling him a bit immature
The
for his
speaker
own way
hands you a mug of ale, Pruno, brandy. You're welcome. And he's like, and like as he gestures, people come. They bring like food, so like they bring like a small platter of food, so you can have something to eat if you like. And you notice this platter is it's got nice food. It's clearly made for guests. And it's there, and he will have something. But like other random people in the crowd will also just grab something as well if they happen to be in the area and they would like some. But it is also brought for you to eat as well.
Right, of course I'm going to pick some off. I'm going to see how many I can pick before they walk away.
Because they will walk away.
Right, and then I'm just going to sort of stuff some, probably just balance it in the hammock that is my scarf. And as I'm going to try to just once in a while eat probably an hors d'oeuvre or 2 out of the scarf hammock that I've made while holding the stein of ale.
It's a lot of sushi, actually. It's like a lot of sushi. It's like a lot of like seaweed wrapped.
We are underwater. Yes. So yeah, I will continue to just sort of. Delicious. It's quite go well with the beer, but that's all right. What is this? Sort of spit the liquid out.
That's Pruno. Do you want something different?
What's Pruno? What is that?
Oh, you take fruit, sugar, you ferment it in tanks for a while.
No, thank you. I just sort of splash it over my shoulder. I'll just have some water, I think.
Oh, well, yeah, it's all right. We need the desalinated. Yeah. And, like, people go off to sort of come back and get you. And you get the sense, by the way, when the water comes, that water is something special that's quite valuable.
Right. Yeah, because the water here is salt.
Yes.
So they have to,
right.
It actually has to go through way more processing.
Yeah. Because this is pure water, right? This is now water that tastes good by itself and not with other stuff in it, right? And so they get you this really nice, sturdy sort of mug of water. Don't spill that.
Cheers. I take a small sip. Just twice.
Multi-filtered.
Thrice salinated.
Yeah, 3 times. Yeah, we drink it. It's got to be pure.
It's delicious. Thank you very much. Well, you're on 3 more punches.
Val, anything you want to do? As you hear your best friend call out some encouragement.
No, he's not going to say a word. He's too good for that. However, with using telepathy, he would like to tell Knives about any structural weaknesses in Quint's arm that could be exploited.
Oh. Okay. Round 3. Quint, it's you.
Well, in the spirit
I
of
will
good
note
showmanship and sportsmanship.
You have a -1 because
but I have a
you
+1.
parried, but you have a +1, so it evens out.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, because you can't be outdone on the stage again, the Harlock persona has now taken a back seat, and Sir Quint is just gets a grin, which is a genuine Quint grin, and is going to move to this space, but in a not so traditional type as walking, is going to do a little tumble. And look like going up for like a jab, but then drop into a split and then shoot like go for a poke up before like coming back up from the splits to slowly like heels click together.
Very Jean-Claude Van Damme. Okay, that is lovely. Please make your roll. This does sound like a dex-based melee attack, though.
Oh, that's not as happy, but okay. It's only 1 point less happy. Okay. Where is the thing? There it is. Dexterity based. Whoop. 7.
7 will not do it. So you do the split. Now, people are... What is your social standing, by the way?
My social standing is 7.
7. So people are like, ooh, oh. Now, as you do this very impressive move, she sees you. She sees that. She sort of smiles at you with...
It's not that I was going more for the showmaniness as well, yes. Like, I can shift tactics if that's how you want to play. Let's play that way. Yeah.
She finds this interesting.
Oh, Trooper, I have a question, actually.
Absolutely. Yes.
You said it's dex-based. However... To me, I just get a vibe that it could be Cirque du Soleimani, because I have a skill in that.
Do you?
We did a lot of stage fights. I do. I have a point.
Yes, you
I have 1
did.
point of Cirque du Soleimani, which would make that an 8. But
that is correct. Would you like to use your Cirque du Soleimani skill instead?
I would, yes.
Well then, that would... So she's going to have to parry, which is going to...
She's going to have to parry.
She's going to have to parry, which she does. You know...
And then it won't hit. But, you know, it's at least raising the bar a little bit. Yeah. It makes her think that I can play on both levels. Like, oh, you're going to play showmanshipy? Let's play stage fighting. I can play stage fighting.
By the way, what she does is she does a flip over the blow. You come back up and she's like a backflip, right?
Yeah, yep.
Landing right up on her feet back again. She's like, and she smiles at you. And then you can she sort of makes a note of something. And she...
You want to be a showman? Let's be showman.
Oh, yeah. Okay. She is going to take us like she kind of jukes to the left, a little bit to the right. She sort of does a bit of a twirl. And she moves over to the side, like right behind, a little bit behind you on your arm side, your metal arm side.
My metal arm side? My much stronger arm side, yes.
Yes, but the one that has a little bit weirdness with its dexterity.
It does have a little bit of weirdness with its dexterity, but its armor is actually very good. So.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
But again, torso shots only are the rules.
Torso shots only are the rules. Yes.
They are the rules. But she seems to have a thought about what's going on with you, or she seems to have a thought about how to approach you. And when she does this, she kind of does like a little bit of like a twist, a turn, and she seems to come up right. She's like sweeps around right towards your head, and you know she's going to go and pivot because she has to, right?
Because hitting the heads against the rules, and if not, then I'm going to go full after her as well.
Right.
The axe will come out if she intentionally hits me in the head.
Yeah, and you anticipate that she's going to go and actually switch up her attack at any moment. And by the way, let me roll this. But I am going to actually have to roll this with a boon because she got secret knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
from
I may not be as graceful, but it's still
friend.
effective.
13.
Ooh, 13. Even if I parry that, that will still hit. So I'm not going to bother.
So
Because
what
we've got enough
happens-
armor on.
Yeah, absolutely. She comes in at you, right? And
She can
when
have a
she
point.
comes in, you anticipate that she's going to switch her angle, right? Because you know she's not going to go towards your head, right? And she does switch her angle, but as she moves, it is fluid and smooth, almost like a dance. And to sort of counter, you need a similar level of fluidity and smoothness. And she just drops it that in order to do that, you're going to need to use your arm, your robot arm, in a very fluid and smooth way. And your robot arm is very strong, very functional, but not as fluid.
Nope.
And the thing is, it's almost too perfect. Do you know what I mean? It's almost too perfect. Like, how did she know that it was just, there was like a little click
Oh,
in
I
her
know
arm
how she knew.
Oh, weird. But
Val
she
has
does.
telepathy. I know this.
What? And it's just, it's just
I'm just making a
that
mental
moment.
note.
Yeah, just a mental note. Just that moment.
Because there's no other way she could have known. Literally, no other way. Because I have been not as, you know, she couldn't have picked up on that lack of fluidity unless someone specifically told her so. So, I know how she knew.
This is correct.
Quint's not a dummy. Quint's uneducated, but Quint's not a dummy.
Seems like a roll to know for me, but that's just.
Well, I mean, she can guess, right? She can be paranoid about it and assume, but she has no proof. Now, I will note.
No, I don't have to have proof, as I know in my heart of hearts. It's okay.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna tell you something about damage.
Please do.
She rolled 2d6, and that's a 7. However, you also get the difference between the roll you needed and the roll you rolled. She made that roll by 5, which would make that damage 12. But for melee, you also get your strength damage modifier, which for her, because she has got, she's trained in strength is one of the things that she does. That would make that not a 12, that would make that a 14. However,
great, still doesn't hit.
Oh, it would get it, but I will note this.
Well, it doesn't deal damage.
Yeah, because you actually have 12 in armor on you. But you can tell that she does not hit you for her full force. That she actually
pulls
that
back.
when she comes in, she pulls back, but she hits you hard enough that your flak shell resounds. Like there's this thong.
As it should.
And
This is a performance.
Oh, yes. And they're little sparks. And this is when you notice it. There has been a coating on your armor, her armor, your pipe, and her pipe.
To make it more exciting.
To make it spark. And she hits you. No damage gets through it at all. But this sparks. She was close. She probably could have, but she pulled back, right? And there's this like amazing blue sparks that hit. And people go, oh! And you hear that old woman's voice. One for knives. Terrica.
Yeah.
Terrica would probably be able to tell that Quint didn't even try to block that shot or parry
Didn't
or
even
dodge.
try to block it. But
Yeah.
if you would like, you can give me an intellect. You could give me intellect tactics, intellect melee, intellect tactics, intellect athletics. You could give me intellect.
I think I want to roll intellect athletics again.
Okay.
Because that is something Terrica's. Well, let's see. One sec. Yeah, we're gonna do intellect athletics.
Great.
Oh.
It's a 12. You saw something with Quint. Quint didn't try to block it, but there was something that happened. It was so subtle. It was very small. You saw the two of them, these two impressive athletic warriors. And just for the record, I don't know what else Quint is wearing, but Knives is not wearing anything on her arms. Like, it's just the gun show's all out is what's going on right now.
Quint would be wearing what they wore to the fancy dinner, minus the jacket, the leather pants, and the usual cloth shirt, nice cloth shirt, minus the jacket.
So we've got dueling hot women in leather pants, exciting boots. There's stuff going on here, but they're moving like it's a dance. Like, they are very fluid, very graceful. And the thing about Quint is, you've seen Quint perform. Quint is amazingly graceful, so fluid, so like smooth, like water. And there's this moment, and it was that last moment where Knives just moved a small bit of the way that their pipe was moving, and you saw a glitch in Quint's arm. Like, you know when you're like if you're riding a bike and the gear is moving, everything is like lubed and it's like smooth and everything's great, and there's that one like weird hitch when you're changing gears. It's like it didn't happen smooth. There's like a little bit of a hitch, and that little hitch was just what Knives needed to get that blow in. You know that if Quint's arm were completely fluid at all spaces, that blow would not have gone through. And it was so minute and so detailed, it felt targeted.
Terrica's not necessarily going to say anything about this information because it's not forward looking, right? There's no way that they can help Quint right now. But they are going to note that in the back of their head. Like, why would that have happened? And how would Knives have known? And so they've got a lot of questions that they're kind of tucking back here. I think their eyes are staying on Val as he does that little like celebration with the shot. And they just bring their hands together, and they're kind of like holding their hands at the same time. And maybe they shout something like, actually, I think they would just shout some encouragement of like, you've still got this.
Excellent. Severence. The speaker is like, I told ya. 1-0. My end.
Right. You want to trade money towards the victor?
Yeah, 100 credits.
It's not a lot, you know that, right?
This is a friendly.
And why are we betting at all?
Millions. Well,
not really friendly. If it is really more than it is more of an alliance, really, and more of a coming together, a celebration between two bragging rights. Then so be it. But bragging rights in your wallet is
that's how
minimal.
We do it. So I mean, it's it's
how we
friendly.
do it too. But where we're from, we may be. It just. I may be from a completely dying empire, but yours lack of any sort of financial bravado is making me seem like we come from more gold than diamonds here.
Do you want to bet 1,000 credits then?
I don't want to bet credits at all. I want to bet the station.
Here's the thing, it's just not practical. What, are you going to sit here the entire time and run that station?
Of course not. That's why we would pay you to do it.
Yeah, but then it's your station, then we're slaves.
It's not how employment works.
Yeah, we're not going to be your workers.
But if we
This is about
Hey, you.
freedom. No. We'd be giving you a cut of what we earn.
Right. Very well. I'll take you on your bet. 100 credits it is.
All right, then. Val. Thing you want to do? As Knives just tucks right under the glitch.
That's all for now. Just observe.
Quint. She rung your bell, sparks everywhere, and she's smiling. She's got this grin. And like you can see like the tattoos on her head glinting with the sweat as she smiles, and the crowd is cheering, and you can hear some people going, "Go on, Harlock, you can do it!" And like you can hear people going, and people are like kind of just excited by this one. This is like, look, some fights are not exciting. People just come in there and like just hit each other. That's not exciting at all. But this is getting them very excited indeed. What do you do? You're muted.
Hi. Well, to start, it's going to be a back walk over. Whoop. Like, oh, yeah, you can stand this side.
Yeah.
And then, and during the back walk over, when both hands are on the ground, switch the pipe to the other hand and come up for the swing.
Nice. If you would.
Yes. And this was once done on the stage for our rendition of Peter Pan: The Last Samurai.
Ooh, Peter Pan the Last Samurai. Oh, that's a very ancient text, is it not?
It's a classic Cirque du Soleil play. Yeah. It's one of the ones that the trainees do, but it's fun. It's fun.
Oh, yeah. Peter Pan the Last Samurai. That was a really good one. That's very old Soleil culture, though. Like a holy text, right?
Practically, yeah.
If you would.
Yes, so this is going to be with dexterity and my Cirque du Soleil skill, which, because it's my other hand, it's not my strong hand, so.
Yes.
Which means it won't be as powerful of a hit if it hits, but 8.
I have to make a note. I need to ask a question of Terrica, though.
Yes.
You did make that athletics roll. Did you try to shout out anything?
As a result of the athletics roll? No.
Okay.
It wasn't any forward thinking. I feel like I'm missing something with this question.
No, I
don't think they would have said anything.
Okay.
All they did was they did shout the encouragement, right?
Yeah.
They did shout the you can do it, but
You still got this.
yeah. Please don't make it be me. Thanks.
She takes the hit.
She's not thrown off by my hand. She takes the hit.
She does not defend. She could, but she doesn't.
It's more exciting that way.
You come in, right? And
And it's probably unexpected, the hand switching, at least. Yeah.
She sees your hand switching. You come up, you hit her right in like the bottom part of the flax shell. Sparks go off everywhere. She backs up and she smiles at you. She flips the pipe in the air.
I do a little flourish.
She flips the pipe in the air, catches it with her offhand. Smiles at you. Takes a bit of a fencing stance.
Okay.
Spins it like a little bit of like a drum major. And then she comes in with both the pipe and her hand.
Oh, okay.
She is going to make a check, and I need you to make a check.
I would love to. What check is this?
You have your choice. Either strength or dex, melee unarmed.
Ooh, melee, unarmed, strength, or dex. Well, if it's unarmed, I will say I'm holding in my flesh arm the pipe. So if it's an unarmed, it would have to be my robot arm, which means I'm going to use strength.
I need you to roll a strength melee unarmed, and she will do the same.
Sure.
Yep.
I don't have damage for unarmed. I don't know what that would be.
I just need to make the roll itself. Yeah.
Just the roll itself. So I'll just roll the straight melee skill then. Melee strength. Booyah.
So that puts her strength at
Nice.
12, which it goes from the 10 to 12 gives her a +1 here. She rolled a 10, you rolled a 12. Interesting.
I did roll a 12.
Okay. What happens is she comes up with a pipe at you, but at the last second, right, she pivots, and instead of trying to hit you, she grabs your flak shell with her other arm.
Oh, trying to grapple me. Yeah.
Trying to grapple you, coming in very, very close. And so she grabs at you.
I read the grapple rules too.
Oh, yeah. So you, at this moment, you are both grabbing onto each other, right? At this second.
But the winner may do one of the following.
That is correct. That is correct. She did not win that check. She does not realize how strong your arm is. Go ahead. What would you like to do?
She does not. Well, I feel like the chat should know my options.
Yes,
Because
please.
I don't know if the show's done any grappling so far. I could force her prone. I could disarm her. I could throw for 1d meters for 1d damage. Is that just a 1d6 meters, or is that
1d6.
just 1 degree?
Everything's
Okay.
D6s.
Okay, 1d6 meters for 1d6 damage. I could inflict 2 plus effect damage, ignoring armor. I don't need to inflict damage. I could attack with a pistol, blade, or other small weapon, or I could drag up to 3 meters.
As she
3
comes
meters
in,
isn't
she's
very
grabbed
far.
your shell, right? She's grabbed
3 meters is
the,
1.5 squares, so can't throw her out of the ring with that. I could throw her for 1d6 meters, but 6 meters again is only 3 squares. We're very solidly in the middle because none of us want to get thrown out. So I could either disarm her. That could be fancy and fun. I don't want to force her prone. That's not as fun. Or I could attack with my pipe and my free hand.
As
We're
she's
both
just
at
coming in a
1-1.
clinch. Yeah, both at 1-1.
Yeah,
And
honestly,
she's grappling, you're grappling, you both are like grabbing onto each other.
if I disarm her,
Face
though,
to face.
she won't have a weapon to parry with the next round. But that would look real bad. And as far as showman's, like, I disarm you and then I thwack you. I'm just going through these options. We want this to
By the
seem
way, the
very.
reason why she didn't defend is because she did not want the penalty when she came in to grapple you.
I figured that was the case. I figured she was playing in some shenanigan. That's why I didn't defend either. I was like, I want to hit you. So I think the most showman thing to do here is, because she tried to come at me to probably do a hit, I'm going to uno reverso, grab and then do a hit on her. But I'm going to do it a little differently. So she comes in to grab me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into a dance. I'm going to, she's got my front, and I'm good. So, Follow has the arm on the shoulder. So if she's grabbed me right here, it's like a follow with her. So I'm going to slide my arm underneath and then come in close for an embrace, try to thwack on the back. And then like put our pipes back out as if we are in like a tango or like a waltz.
Oh, that is amazing, and I love that. If you would
make that attack.
You can just actually just inflict the 2+ effect damage, ignoring armor. You could just have that.
Would the damage count as a hit though for the rules of the game?
No, you need your pipe. Please give your pipe.
Which is why I'm not inflicting the damage because this is for sportsmanship. I'm not trying to hurt her. I want to get the point. Yes, so I will roll. I'm guessing that due to the close nature of the attack, she's going to have a hard time defending, though. Would you say that I get a bonus or she gets a negative or I get a boon, perhaps, for being such a good hugging position to thwack with?
You do not, but she cannot defend.
Oh, okay. That's good enough for me.
She just cannot defend.
All right, go back to combat. Ceremonial pipe,
Mhm.
dexterity, boom.
Mhm.
Ooh, 5. Oh no! I want to spend luck. I want to make that look
Please
good.
do. Please
3
do.
luck.
You just need 3.
3 luck. Oh, it's a lot of damage with that pipe. Okay.
It is a lot of damage with that pipe.
And it gets my dex mod, which is thankfully not my strength mod, but it's still +2. So that'd be 12,
You
13 damage.
You also get your strength mod to that.
Oh, I get both?
Yes, you do.
So that's
For
+5.
melee-
So that's 16.
For
For melee. That's right.
damage-
That's why I was so invested in melee when I was fighting my
that is-
character. So that'd be a
yes.
16 damage.
For melee damage, you get both your dex bonus and your melee bonus.
I see. 16.
Yeah. Well, so you have a +5 for that strength damage. That's 16 damage that you're going to put on her.
Just to,
Do you want to
grab back, hug, and then again, like I do, like, you know how the fencers twirl their swords? I do that with her pipes on the way out.
Yeah. Here's my question.
But I don't release the grapple.
Do you want to do all of that damage?
No, I will hold. She was kind enough to hold back for me. I will hold back for her as well. I do want that solid ringing clang, though. All the sparks flying up the whole back. Just.
You know the armor does basically about in number terms of 8, absorbs 8. But you basically know what that means in terms of like your strength. Do you want to exceed that or stay within the limits of the armor itself?
She's not wearing anything else really underneath it, you said.
Straps.
I will I will stay within the armor. But just barely.
Oof. And you come into this this sort of dancing
because
embrace.
16's a lot. 16 is twice of 8, so that she will know that I could have fucked her up.
Yes. And it is this clang that is loud and impressive. And
rather than damage, I go for it being as loud and sparky as possible. A full shower.
Oh. And you're in this like sort of tango embrace, right? Or like a paso doble, right? And you hear
she's holding my flak armor, and I'm got the up here. I'm holding the back of her flak armor. Yes.
And then you hear 2 for the Harlock. Terrica.
And I'll say,
yes.
What would you like to do?
Well, Quint's doing really well, so I think Terrica's just delighted. And they just they clap, and I would say their attention is split 50 on the fight, 50 on Val right now. They're very aware of Val, but their eyes are not always on Val.
All right. Severance. The spear's like, ooh, your captain's quite good.
Yes. Sorry, I haven't really been paying attention. I've been thinking about deals we could make that could actually benefit both of us. Do we have any more water, by the way? Is this who's winning?
Can we get some more water? Yes, we'll get some more. We'll get you a jug. It's our best.
Oh, jug, thank you. I was just thinking as I was perusing and watching this barbarism. There was this.
That's not barbarism. You see that? They are amazing. Look at that. That's beautiful.
Yes, I see. I see what they're doing. Listen, I propose something. You can keep your 100. I'll just you keep this 100 credit bet is fantastic. But I'm feeling a bond between my group and yours. There's a synergy here coming together, and I'm starting to understand the whole hubbub and the rabble of this entire ceremony. Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Bring a lemon. Bring a lemon. And this jug comes, and they get this it's a lemon that's been cut in half. And they there's a middle-aged guy squeezes the lemon into this sort of jug of water and hands it to you.
Thank you.
It's a bit of flavor.
Very kind.
If you want mint.
No, I'll just stick with the lemon. Thank you.
Sorry. Yes. drink. And people see you drinking water and they're like, drink, 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 as if this is like a super impressive thing. I would like you to make a roll for me.
Okay, great.
Endurance-based carouse, if you would.
Space carouse. Wonderful. And watch everybody gift the fact that I was just drinking water and not actually anything else that Lindy was doing. Okay, so let me see. Here.
Stay hydrated.
Thank you. Don't be thirsty. Where is my character sheet? Okay, so here it is. I'm just gonna have to look. Nope, that's Val's character sheet. What did you want? You wanted an endurance-based something?
Carouse, please.
Endurance-based carouse.
Yes, please.
Carouse endurance. Hey, I already have it highlighted because I did this once before. It seems.
That's a 7, not an. That's a 7, not an 8.
Can I use a lot? I'll use a lot.
Yes, you can. Yes,
Thank
please.
you.
This water is unlike anything you've had before. It is very, very strong, pure, cool. It feels like you're drinking the water from a glacier that has never been exposed to anything impure. And it is invigorating.
Bacteria.
Yeah, nothing. It is like, it is invigorating. You get a sense of energy and a bit of a charge to you at the moment that makes you feel more capable and refreshed. If you were tired, you're just not tired. If you were fatigued, you're not fatigued. You're feeling...
Sounds like normal
really
water
good.
to me. All right.
You are like really hydrated. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
But like...
Right. Overhydrated.
All of your electrolytes
all right.
are all good.
Good. And then I thank you. As I sort of put down the water. I also say this entire event is making my brain and this water is delicious. Is making my mind fire off like a quantum. What is our jumping in this game? Hyper jump.
Yeah, jump
right?
space.
Jump space, yes, it's firing off like a jump space module. So listen, I'm thinking about incentivizing travel between Drinax and number one. The best way for this to work, and hear me out, I know that you already said no to the 15% cut for Drinax, but just hear me out. Go on this mind jump space with me. Travel with me through jump space with only your mind.
Sorry, did you see that? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I did. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. Get her!
Dancing. Yeah, go!
Yes!
That's amazing.
Yes, they're piping it, aren't they? It's so great. And anyway, so what I'm thinking is the 15% cut to Drinax.
Yep,
But that's
fair.
all. That's not all. 15% cut goes to Drinax. But if number one is ever on the logs of those inbound, whoa, okay, all right, easy there, Quint. Easy, Quint. Harlock, quite quintessential beating you're doing there, aren't you, Harlock?
Yes.
Yes. So if the flight logs ever read number one in the past 6 months of their travel, then they could have their expenses paid up to 25% by of Drinax.
Yeah. Wait. So some of the docking fees or whatnot?
Up to 25% they'll be cleared, but they have to have number one on their flight logs within the past 6 months.
Oh, all right. That seems good.
For this deal to work, we would of course have to also have the 15% of that cut. I know you were thinking maybe like 5.
No. I mean, I feel like, look, if you're putting up the technology and all that, I mean, we're going to put up the bulk of the money. I think it's only fair that Drinax gets
Right.
the part of the income that comes from.
Well,
Look at
okay,
that.
all right.
Oh, that's
okay.
it.
What is happening?
Oh,
What is
I
that? I
just-
don't
I-
even know who I'm looking at right now. What are we? What are we
which one
looking
is
at?
which now?
I'm not sure. It is a
Wait.
mess. It's like,
Well,
is that a
no, that's
tango?
those are legs. What's it? I don't even know.
I'm not sure if I should be watching this. This is.
Well, I didn't know bodies could
I
do that.
feel
but-
like I should be paying you for this wonderful show.
Oh, no, nice. What? Oh, okay. Well,
I am probably. It's 100 credits. I mean, she'd be
No,
charging
no,
way
I
more
would-
than that if this is the show.
But I do think that it's only fair that Drinax get a cut of whatever comes in through the high port. I mean, I think of you all as partners in
Of course.
partners in this.
So it is 15% then. Okay.
Yes, no, 15% seems. Oh,
Right. And I can give you, and I can just get you to shake on this one.
oh, yes.
Is that how we? In
Oh.
Drinax we shake. I know you punch.
Oh,
each
yeah.
other in
Well,
this one.
wait. We should wait for this to finish, though.
Yes, all right, and then we'll talk about it again. Great.
Val, 2-1.
Well, that won't do. Val's not going to do anything other than this. I think I can do this. Hold on. I was literally just checking to see if I could do this. Psionics, TK,
Yeah.
which I have,
You do.
grants you the ability to fly. Now, I can see what Quint's trying to do here is to make it as spectacular as possible. So what I would like to do is to get this information to Emma and let her know that I'm going to juice up her jump a little bit.
Yeah.
By nothing crazy, but like, again, like 4 or 5 feet to make it just look incredibly epic, but also give her a bit of an advantage. Obviously the high ground. Obi-Wan taught us that the high ground is very, very important apparently in lightsaber combat.
Yes. Could I get your TK roll,
And try it.
if you would?
Silva, Anakin. I have the high ground.
Silva.
Okay, I just rolled that, right? Psionic strength,
Yes, please.
TK. Do I get a boon or a? I do.
At this moment, let me think. This is to aid Knives.
Yes, Hawk.
you-
That's absolutely what Val is going to do.
Roll first, no boon, and then we can ask some questions.
Gotcha.
There are questions that need to be asked as a follow-up.
7.
That's a 7. That's nice. Now, let me go and get. Where were we? Right over here. How are you hanging out? So, looking at your TK, people get to have a bit of an oof here with this moment. Get to give people a little bit of extra momentum. That's nice, I think. Now, looking at our TK. Oh. This is telekinesis.
Yes.
228. So, telekinesis. Let me just look at that for a moment for you. You are doing a little bit of a flight, but that's to your own body. It looks like you're wanting to move, right? Which you need an 8 for, is what you need. So, you rolled a 7. And you're going to need an 8. Now, you have
I
luck.
can spend luck, correct? Yeah.
Sure, you can. Absolutely. And if you just spent 1, that would do it. But we have another question to ask. If you plan on doing that.
What's the question? And I'll
Well,
gladly-
it's about how much psionic strength do you want to use. Each point of sonic strength you use allows you to push 10 kilograms of weight. And I would like to know, how much oomph would you like to give?
Okay, I would like to, again, I don't know how I don't want to incorrectly use this or try to overstep its use. So what he would try to do is, he's not trying to hurt Quint by any stretch of the imagination, but he would like to make it as showy as possible and make it as close as possible. It's 2-1 now for Quint. He would like to even it up, make it a proper tiebreaker.
Yeah.
So what he would like to do is, whatever mixture he can do, it's a lift into the air to just, kind of Statue of Liberty her up, and then provide an extra, 20 to 30 pounds as the strike hits the plate. You know what I mean? Again, not to injure, but to make that spark shit that happens.
That's going to be 3 psionic points that you would need to use.
Oh, he'll burn those easy.
Easy? Nice. Quint, it's you.
Yes, we're still grappled, aren't we?
You are. Would you like to continue this grapple?
I would, yes. Because if I can get another hit on this grapple, I get 3 points.
Please make your unarmed grapple check.
I would love to.
Please do. Strength-based, if you would.
Yes, because my other arm has the pipe. My weak arm has the pipe. 8.
8.
I didn't roll nearly as well.
Yeah, she's gonna roll at this moment as well. And she rolls a 13.
Ooh.
She beats you by 5.
She'll a lot better. Which means she gets to do something.
She does.
She won the grapple.
Throw you.
Okay.
She's going to throw you. She also has a bit of a bonus.
She does. She's not any stronger, but her own body is lighter weight. Because that's how, if he's telekinesising her, that's how I imagine
she's
that would
using that
happen.
as momentum. So she, as you grapple, right? She, what were you trying to do with her? What would you have wanted to do?
I was going to change the dance positioning. A tango, do the fancy footwork, and then, do the twirl around and re-enter. Yes.
And as you twirl, she sort of dips, and it's like she does this kind of like, bit of a leap as you meant to move, right? She moves with you, and it builds this momentum, and she sort of leaps up and uses that momentum to sort of drive her body downwards, and she flips you over her shoulder.
My only argument for this is the lighter you weigh, the less momentum you have. So if she's telekinesis, her throw should have less momentum.
She's directing that telekinesis onto your body to move.
She's not psionic.
She's got she's not being made lighter. She's being pushed. This is a telekinetic push. She's being moved, right? She's being given movement.
Okay, upward movement, right?
Yeah, and she's using that to then take the downer part when she's coming down to give her extra, to move you further, basically.
Okay, I'm not convinced, but based on the physics of having done a lot of dance aerials, that's my only thing, is having done shit tons of dance aerials. That's my only argument.
All right, or we could just do it the other way. If you would like her not to throw you, she will instead do...
My only argument is she wouldn't be able to throw me as far, or she could throw me a lot higher because she's got upward movement, but she wouldn't be able to throw me unless she really arced it over. I'd have to go up really high. If she's got upward momentum, because he said he was improving her jump, which would make her lighter and go up.
But when she's on their way down is when she's going to throw you, right? She's coming down, and the throw is on. Like, she's using the extra height to get the extra momentum, but we will just do damage to
I would argue that's a higher throw and not a further throw. A little further, but not like, it wouldn't exponentially increase the distance. Height, yes. Distance, no.
It's fine.
Having been thrown a lot.
Take 5, 6, 7. Take 9 damage through armor.
Sure. Yeah.
So instead of throwing you, which she was going to throw you out of the ring, but if you do not think that having the extra gravity will help her throw you further, instead she will just damage you.
I think it would throw me higher, and she could throw it lower, but I don't think it would get because it still requires her own strength to throw me.
So she will just damage you instead. So
I'm fine with that.
She rather than trying to throw you, as you sort of do this move,
I know it's a bit of cartoon physics, but it still has to be within reason.
See, now my thought is that she comes up, and as she's coming down, it's like a toss, like when you do but it doesn't matter. So instead of trying to throw you, she will just do the inflict damage plus effect.
It's like throw a baseball standing still, or throw a baseball on top of a ladder. It still gets the same distance.
Well, she wasn't going to throw you.
Maybe a little bit more.
It's when she's taking the momentum from coming down, right? And then the throw comes afterwards. But she will do damage instead. So as you do this sort of twirl, right? You do this twirl.
Downward throw has to go out, but not, has to go downward.
Yeah, and then
yes.
Don't worry about it. She was gonna transfer the direction of momentum, but instead of transferring the direction of momentum, she will strike you. So she comes up, right? She sort of gets this, as you do this twirl, the twirl makes her go quite large. And as she comes in, she actually just brings in the pipe right in under the seam of your flak vest. And she just does this huge wallop, right? She has this sort of like, she basically is able to do the Superman punch because she gets the height. And she gets this big, huge Superman punch, and she hits right through the seam of the armor. Please take 9 damage to your endurance.
To my endurance. Okay, my endurance will hit 0. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. 9 damage. That is my endurance. My endurance will hit 0.
And it goes right through the armor, and it is this huge realm of sparks that sort of go off as it hits, just going right through that seam, and you can feel ribs crack as she just like.
That makes way more sense to me than throwing 30 plus feet with extra height.
Well, we didn't know how far she was going to throw you. She just would have.
Well, she can't throw me out of the ring then if that's the case. Like that's one of those things where it's, you know.
I mean,
she's aiming to throw me with that extra momentum.
I think she could have, but we'll instead do damage. I feel like if you would prefer damage, we will do it. So
I would prefer damage, yes.
You get rung. You have been hit.
Yep.
Bad.
It's like a bad fall. It's like falling off the trapeze. It's not fun.
Yeah, it is a hit. And that is now Terrica's turn.
It's actually her turn.
You're in a grapple together.
Yes, but you get to do something.
Which is what she did.
Because I got to do something on her grapple. That was her response to my grapple.
Yeah, but you won the grapple and you hit her, right? And so she doesn't. Get to
lost.
do an extra
I lost this grapple and she did this thing.
Yeah, but
so now she gets her turn.
No, she's in a grapple. She doesn't get an extra turn. It's 2-2.
Okay. Then is she doing anything on her grapple?
Her grapple and your grapple are the same, and that's what she did for her grapple.
Because I just want to make sure she gets her turn, because on the last turn she tried to grapple me and I won that grapple, so I got to do a hit. So on this turn I tried to grapple her, she just did this, so now it should be her turn. We are still in a grapple.
She does not get an extra turn though, so I'm not going to give her an extra turn. But
it's her regular turn. Because I got my turn, and then I got to reverse Uno her grapple. She reversed Uno'd my grapple, so it should be her turn now.
Are you sure?
Yes, because she didn't hit me with the pipe, she hit me with the floor.
Yep.
That wasn't a point.
All right.
It's 2-1 still. she should hit me with the pipe. I want it to be fair.
I think she should throw you. Let's go back to the throwing.
She did throw me straight into the floor.
No, she didn't. She did not throw you at all because we said no throw. You said the throw wouldn't work, so we did
Well,
not.
you said
do it,
she
just
she
damage you.
threw me down into the ground instead.
No, I was kidding. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, she did no throw.
Then what did she do?
She inflicted damage.
Oh, she just inflicted damage. So she
Yeah,
just
she
like
yeah.
just like squished me.
Yeah, she like basically did a Superman punch.
Okay, but it wasn't
Right,
with the
so she
pipe. So
Yeah, she did a Superman punch so that she did not throw you because you were like throws won't work. So I was like, okay, no throw. So
I was gonna say she could throw me, but not she couldn't get me out of the ring with the throw because she ain't gonna throw me 30 feet.
She did not throw you. She just did damage to you instead.
Okay, I thought the damage was her throwing me down like
No,
after
no,
a cool
no.
super jump. That's what I
If
saw.
it were-
Okay.
no, if it were a throw, it would have been way less damage, and you would have actually been thrown somewhere. But instead, she just straight up punched.
She could throw me somewhere. She just can't throw me 30 feet. That was my question was the distance of the throw.
Yeah.
Is she's not gonna be able to throw me far.
Yeah. So no, we did not do it. She did not do a throw. She just did inflict damage. Instead, she just like went in and like just Superman punched you. Instead.
Okay. That's fine.
Because right. So now she will come in. Now that she's sort of rung your bell a little bit, and she is going to. We are still 2-1. She's going to come in with a. She's going to try to go and like. She's still in there with you, right? She's going to. She's going to try to. She's going to see if she can get a throw on you. She's going to see if she can get a throw on you. It won't be very far. Give me your unarmed melee. And
Sure.
She's going to go. This will just be normal, no boon. 13.
8.
I have to roll a d6.
Mm-hmm.
2. She's gonna toss you out 2 meters. And
Okay.
6 damage that does not get past your armor.
Yeah.
But you are prone.
Okay.
Terrica. So you see
Yes.
Knives do this big, like, leap up. Like, you see Quint try to spin Knives around. Knives use that momentum to, like, jump up and do this Superman punch. And you can hear this crack of ribs. Like, this bad crack of ribs. And then, from that moment, Knives takes the momentum and, like, does kind of like a toss. Like a pole toss. And tosses Quint 2 meters off to the side. Would you like to do anything?
So, over the last couple of 2-ish weeks, for the last like period of time, Terrica has been using their brooch as a way of calming themselves. And I think after they see all of that happen, they grab their brooch and they start just wishing that Quint will have like the same ability to see what Terrica can see is from the athletic point of view. So I'd like to use my telepathy for that.
Please make that roll.
Oh, ow.
Just roll with a
Oh, I didn't roll with a boon. I did not.
boon. You have to roll with a boon.
Oh dear.
Mhm.
Let's see. Well, that was not much better. So apparently this is not going to work.
That is not true. You only need a 4 to connect with another psionic person. And you reach out. And you and Quint are linked. You are in
Oh.
their thoughts. They are in your thoughts. At this moment, you are both connected.
In the same way that when Terrica felt their brooch for the first time, they could suddenly start hearing Severence's thoughts?
You can speak to Quint and hear Quint back.
Oh,
There-
okay.
You are... It's like there's no space between you at this moment.
Is checking athletics again a major action or a minor action? I couldn't figure that one out on here.
That would be a
Seemed like
significant, right?
It would be
That's a
significant. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're connected now. I think
Yes.
then what Terrica just says is, it's just encouragement because I don't think they have any additional insight to give. But whatever they've seen that seemed pertinent, they'll pass that through the connection.
And Quint, Terrica's in your mind. You are connected.
Ugh.
Severance.
Quint doesn't say anything. Quint is focusing.
Uh-huh.
Ooh, looks pretty good for knives there, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Who's the Knives is not... Knives is your friend. That's Knives. Okay, I didn't know if we were
Yes.
giving Harlock a new nickname. Okay,
No.
great. Things are looking up for you. I have not been paying attention to this thing at all.
Still technically 1-me, 2-you, but we're close. Go on, Knives!
Yes! Knives.
Would you like to do anything?
Delicious. This is delicious. I don't think so. Actually, I'm gonna make I think I'm gonna probably start paying attention to the fight. Can I do make that tactics roll?
Absolutely.
What was it? It was
Or,
tactics.
leadership. Tactics will help you basically at the start, but now you're looking for leadership. Either int, education, or social standing.
If that's the case, I will do it. I'll do intellect. It's still not great.
I need an 8.
I'll spend the rest of my luck.
How much do you have?
I have 2.
Okay. You may give at any moment a +1
Whoever I want.
to anyone you want. You are sort of scoping out the space. You're paying attention.
Oh.
You can give a +1 to one of the people here, to Knives if you wanted
Right.
to,
Yeah.
at any moment. Val, what would you like to do? Quint's injured.
Yeah, he did not want that. So I'm trying to see. I'm frantically scrolling through all the psionic abilities to see if there's something that I can do here. Okay. Enough's enough. He has Here's I have a question, and I don't think
Absolutely.
it says. For awareness, you're able to use regeneration to heal wounds.
Yes.
Now, if I spend, it's basically a psionic point towards any attribute point. I can, provided I make the roll, I can do the old switcheroo. Can I do that as a healer with Quint?
That is a level of power that the Harlock could do, but that is beyond your psionic abilities.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Don't I get one of those offers?
So the problem is that is a different skill set that you do not have. That's actually under the Zodani psionic ability.
Oh, is
There-
it?
It is. It is ability that exists, but it is a Zodani psionic specialization that could be taught to you, or could be stolen, I suppose. But that is a skill level, that is a psionic talent that you do not currently have. But I bet you can imagine somebody who could be
awareness, though. But I thought, okay.
Yeah, the ability to do this to other people is actually a different talent.
Okie dokie. All right.
Yes. What you want to do does exist. It's a different psionic talent, though. Which, gosh.
Okay, well, my second thing that I was going to... Right. My second thing that I was going to do was microkinesis, which is... it's always been fascinating to me because you can do microsurgery with it.
Yes.
Which is right up Val's wheelhouse. So what Val would like to do... We were talking a lot about ringing bells.
Yes, absolutely.
What Val would like to do, obviously, he knows how to manipulate this. He wants to give Knives' inner ear a little shaky shake, a little discombobulation. Something that a Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes would hit on somebody's ears, and he just wants to, make it right after he realized just how poorly. That's not what he had thought of whenever he was, goofing around. He wanted to make a show that make sure that they didn't feel like we bested them too quickly, blah blah blah, to keep everything, political and copacetic. But that was a hell of a shot, and so he needs to, do a little damage control here. So I would like to do some microkinesis and F with her inner ear, which I think I should be able to do.
You need a 10.
Okay. A 10, you say? Hell, you say? And that, I'm sorry, that's under TK, right? Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Do I get a boon or anything fun with that before I...
You don't get a boon, but I will ask you a follow-up question.
Sure.
Do you know?
Do I roll first, or do you...
Roll first.
Roll first.
Let's just see if you get the number.
Woo, I don't. That's a 3.
You got a 3. You need a 10. Would you like to draw that extra energy?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah?
It's like a credit card.
Cool.
You never have to pay it off, right?
Sure. Would you like to take 7?
Oh my god.
Shit, let's do 8.
8. Sweet. Okay. Awesome. Let's see. Quint, you do not have any Terran Viridian on you right now. Nope. Cool. So you don't need to know about this. There are 2 people here who do have Viridian on them at the moment. Let's see. Severence, your Viridian wouldn't count because it's from a different planet. But Terrica, your Viridian would count. Could you make me a psionic strength roll? And you may add, any social skill that you like. Or telekinesis. That works too.
I'll add, sorry, I have a little lag. I'll add my social bonus to that. Do I need to specify which one? Or
Any
just social
skill.
is fine?
Any social skill.
Oh, okay.
Like if somebody were going to reach out to
Trying to think of what would... if someone were going to reach out to me with a social skill?
Yeah. If someone were gonna reach
language,
out to you.
then. That feels like a very social skill.
Sure. So
Sorry, this lag is really bad. I apologize for speaking over you.
No worries. So roll your psionic strength and add your language. Old Sindalian would be great, as a matter of fact, if you have it.
You got it. Oh, do I roll with a boon or not?
Yes, you do.
Oh dear. Okay. So that's a +2 with a boon to my psionic strength.
Great.
Ooh.
Cool. All right. we're gonna have to do this in a specific order because all this is happening all at once. Doc, you are you don't have the strength, but you can draw on it. You can draw on this strength to make
Now,
your will
Trooper,
manifest.
to be fair, I want to make this very, very, very,
Sure.
very, very clear. Val has no idea that he's drawing anything. He thinks this shit is his. Now,
Yeah.
again, he thinks he's pulling it from time and space and blah blah
Sure.
blah. So he has no qualms whatsoever about pulling this and using it because he's done it before and there's been no consequences, which both Val and
Absolutely.
Greg love.
Yeah. No, you just draw in energy. That's all. You just draw in this energy. And it's
I'm fucking dope. I mean,
You are. You feel so strong. I have to tell you. You feel amazingly powerful. Can I get you to make a roll for me?
absolutely.
Endurance based, if you would.
Oh God.
Sure.
And let's have this be endurance carouse. Give me an endurance carouse.
Endurance.
Or you can do psionic strength carouse. Either one is fine.
Well, I guess I can't do. Let me see. Psionic.
And by the way, you have to spend a point of psionics for that 3 points of psionics for that microkinesis.
Right. Okay. I guess it's the same thing. So I'll just go with carouse.
Yeah, because also.
And do I get a boon or any bonuses? Or just
No.
straight roll?
This you get a bane for.
Oh. Well, that's a new one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's do this.
Mhm.
Carouse endurance.
Great.
5.
5.
What do I
No.
need?
Oh, you need an 8.
I'll get it with my luck.
Okay.
And that means
Interesting
I am,
choice.
Oh no, I didn't use luck before.
Interesting choice. So, you are dope. You are powerful. You may not have been trained in psionics, but you are strong in psionics. And whenever you feel like you don't have the kind of, like you can always dig deep and get it. And it feels good. And I will leave it at that. I would say other things if you had failed that roll. I would talk about how good it feels, but it just feels normal good right now, is what I will say.
Listen, Val's bullshitted his way through most of his life, and why would psionics be any different?
No. I will just note that you still have a lot of control over what you do with this at this moment. It just feels good. That's all. So.
At this moment?
Sure. Top of the round, Quint. Oh, by the way, Ari, I am getting back to you because this is gonna be a thing. A thing has happened. You rolled very well right there, I'm afraid.
Hit me.
Yeah.
Wait, you're afraid?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Okay.
Mhm.
Hi, Quint is oblivious to all of this.
At
Because
the
you know.
moment,
Oh no. Okay. Because you know.
somebody silently connected to you. Go on. You were gonna say.
Oh, that's true. Terrica did silently connect to me.
Yeah.
But you know, Knives was holding back earlier, so that's Knives' full strength. Apparently, which means Quint's gonna get a little less theatrical and a little more serious. Cause ribs broke, you know, it hurts. Things hurt, but I'd also had this thought. Quint's house motto would have changed from the crest. It wouldn't be "You can only trust yourself." It'd be "The show must go on."
Oh, absolutely.
Taking that page out of a certain
Absolutely.
someone's book.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So just letting you know that the show must go on, and Terrica can absolutely not go in a second. That is the number one rule here is Terrica cannot go in at second, and I can't kill Knives. That was rule number 1. Number 2. So I have just enough movement being prone to get back in. I get up from prone though with like the kip up little.
Getting up from prone is a minor action.
Yep.
Yep.
It takes a quarter of your movement.
Yep.
So yes, and then I use the rest of my movement to get over there, which I can do.
Yep.
Yeah, I had to pull up the big book to look at prone. Yeah.
She's ready.
Yeah. She should have hit me twice when she had the chance. I saved that. I talk big talk. I'm gonna like roll real low. She is still trying to put on a good show.
She is.
Things hurt now. So Quint is going to go. Did a kip up.
Yeah.
And is gonna not do too much things that involve shock absorption. So no big flips. No, nothing crazy, but walkovers are acceptable, and spinning, totally acceptable. And if anyone's good at spinning, it's Quint. And so Quint is going to do not quite an ice figure skater, because we've got pretty good traction here in the ring, but like the low to high, and again change hands midway through, letting the gracefulness be in the other arm and in the legs, and keeping that core centered so it's not moving as much.
I need you to roll with a boon, please.
Okay. Let me go back to my thing magic. Oh, click that. Click back this to that and zero that out.
Yes, I need you to roll with a boon.
11.
I want you to describe it, and then when you get to the moment of impact, I'm going to describe the defense, if you would.
Okay. So yeah, it's like I said, just a kip up into, and when you kip up, you often like crouch down. So that crouch is going to turn into that low leg out spin up, up, and in the confusion of the spinning, switch arms and use that momentum to from the arm spinning and the swapping to try to go in for the side.
As you come in, you see Knives begin to move the pipe to parry. And you know that Knives is very good with bludgeoning weapons.
Very good at parrying.
You know.
Yes.
Very good at parrying, and you know.
If this was an actual knife fight, we'd probably be on more even grounds, honestly.
But you know, because you've seen her now, you know that she can parry this. Right?
Oh, yeah,
like,
I know.
You
without spending luck, yeah. I'd have to spend the rest of my luck to try to hit this, yeah.
Yeah, and you know she's got this, right? And as you come in, right, it's beautiful, right? It's still graceful, it's still beautiful, and you can see her beginning to move the pipe to block you. And halfway there, before she gets the pipe into space, something happens to her. Something happens, and she seems to get dizzy or disoriented, and she cannot make her defense. And your pipe hits her armor. We need to deal with damage right now before we finish the follow through of this, because this is not actually done yet, I'm afraid.
Oh no,
for Terrica, and then also you. So,
oh, okay.
So, you make that by 3, so that is 12 damage, and plus 5 for your.
For my strength and dexterity, yes.
That's 17. Before you answer, if you're, do you intend to hold back damage?
Yes.
Well, we'll see if that happens. So, Terrica.
Okay. Especially noting our disorientedness, definitely holding back. Not even trying to make, like, just within the hair's breadth, make the big show, just enough to get a visual spark. That would be all that Quint's trying to do.
Terrica, it is at this moment, the very moment when Knives gets disoriented, that there's a flare in your brooch. You've been concentrating, you're connected to Quint. You can see them move in space, right? This is this moment when you and them are connected psionically. Your minds are with each other, so whatever they like, your thoughts. There's so much sharing.
No, I should have severed that connection.
But there's something else right now, and that is, in this exact moment, the split second that Knives becomes disoriented, you hear and you see something. You hear a cry.
Oh no.
As if someone's skin is being ripped off of their body. As if someone is just stripping strips of flesh from someone who is alive. And you feel and you hear this scream of such intense pain, as if someone is being tortured. And it is coming to you, and you see right there, almost beside Knives, you see... I want to say that what you see is Sue, but it's not exactly Sue. It's sort of Sue, but it looks different. It looks a little bit like if Sue were slim, young, with slicked back hair. Maybe 20, 21, 22 perhaps. Young, full of life. Looks a lot more like Rudolph Valentino than it does look like Sue. But yet at the same time, when you look at Sue, Sue is dressed in the traditional clothing of Drinax, not dressed in black at all, is dressed like the clothing of someone who was born and raised on Drinax. And there are bits of like tree branch leaves coming off of their clothing, as if they are somehow both Sue, Rudolph Valentino, and perhaps some it's like old Drinaxian clothing, like from the storybooks, from the books that you have, the history books, some sort of ancient Drinaxian clothing, but also sort of bits of trees. It's a Drinaxian tree. It's a Drinaxian poplar, as if they've got Drinaxian poplar leaves on them. And this Sue that you see is standing there for a moment and is being desiccated. And there are wounds that are just cropping up, and you can see the leaves wilting and fading on Sue's body. And Sue is looking around confused and sees you and reaches out towards you for help, as Sue's mouth opens to cry and just blood just drips out. And now, dearest Quint,
Hi,
since
yeah.
these two people are connected,
Yeah.
you see it as well.
Oh,
As
sorry,
you
Quint.
make this blow, right when you're about to hold back on your strength, your Viridian shows up, being desiccated and injured and harmed. And I need you to make a roll to be able to hold back your strength.
Okay. Okay.
I need you to be able to sort of concentrate on this, to sort of keep your focus, because it takes a lot of focus to hold back your strength. You know, like it's actually...
It does. Yes.
Right? Like technique. You may use your melee as your base skill.
Okay.
Any melee skill. Any specialization is good enough for this one, because this is not about this. It's about your technique in general. It's about your fighting technique.
Yes.
And for this, you can do your choice. Education for your training, or strength for just actually holding your strength, you know?
Okay. Not
But
education.
No, but it is at a bane. Because this is a
I will give her my
somewhat...
+1.
You get a +1 for this, by the way. But I need to
Strength,
know how.
Bane,
I need to know how
+1.
Severance does that.
I know
By
you
the
were
way.
going to ask me that. And what are you doing? You are trying to hold.
Trying to hold
Trying
back
to-
my strength from this hit.
Something that might help too. I was gonna have Terrica scream no. When they
Oh.
see all of this, like they would scream no as their hand is reaching out and they're still holding onto their brooch.
Yes.
And they're probably gonna make it up 2 of the steps before I think they realize
Yeah.
and stop themselves right before going on to the circle. Maybe.
I think maybe for a moment there's.
So I don't know if that helps or hurts, but
I was gonna say
Everybody,
maybe
give it to
there's
me.
just a moment where Severance's eyes catch Quint's, and he's probably like glaring like a. Like, don't
Quint
fuck with that.
has not looked out of this arena since this started. But you probably could see Quint looks like has suddenly been startled by something.
Right. Well, that would be the only way that I'd be able to give you the +1. So,
Okay.
the
If Terrica does yell no, I might.
And
I
you
might
are
glance.
in sidelight, right? You're within
Oh,
sight.
that's right. You are
so I
exactly
mean,
in my
like-
sight lines. So I could, you could catch my eye.
yeah,
Yes.
and I'm probably just like glaring like
If you weren't in my
this,
sight
like,
lines, though, yeah.
I'd probably like glaring to be like, don't fuck this up, like it's
Don't
like
fuck this up.
reminder, like, and probably brings you to that moment of like, you may be the acting captain, but you are just the acting captain, right?
Yes.
And then like emphasis on that acting.
And I'm
right?
not acting
So,
like a
like,
captain right now.
and that's what and
Yeah.
it's trying to like probably, and I think that moment maybe remind you that like try to like, remember.
The Harlock.
Cool it. Yeah, right. And I think that's probably what happens. I don't know whether
Okay.
he's glaring or whether that moment may shift, but that's where the +1 will come from.
And
Okay.
as that eyes meet, there's that cry from Terrica.
Right in
And
front of me.
Also, I believe Val was going to do something.
I would like to hold my action so I can have the first response after the resolution of whatever's going to happen.
Absolutely, please go.
Okay,
Roll.
it's gonna be a strength check because we don't want me to make an education check for this. I can tell you that right now. It's just gonna be pure brute trying to hold back. And if I see it, especially Quint would definitely, because you said they're right next to
Yeah.
knives. I wouldn't want to hit them.
On
So
the
that's
other
part of
side.
the.
Yeah, on the other side.
Yeah, it'd be one of those
Yeah.
things though. It's like someone's right there. You're like, oh, let me not hit them because if I hit them, they might.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's one of those things.
Yeah.
That's how it's a pure
Yep.
base strength.
Yep.
Reaction.
With a-
Let's go.
with a bane.
+1. With the I've got the bane checked.
Do it.
11.
You may withhold as much damage as you like.
Okay. So there's this moment then where Quint's coming in. It is distracted.
It would have been very bad. You have done. You could do 17 damage here.
I
Is what I'm
could.
going to tell you.
And that's not even using my axe, which I'm better at. So it does a lot more damage. Yeah. Look, my goal is to not kill anyone in this pipe fight. Would have probably knocked her out. I don't think it would. I hope she has more than 17 total points of stats, but you know.
She does. You would not have killed her. Certainly not.
Oh, good. Oh, good. So I think it's one of those things where Quint is giving it the swing with robot arms. So arm. Spin around. So it's spinning this way. Catches, glances, catches the Baron's eye. Don't fuck, right, Harlock. Has just noticed the weird disorientation, so was gonna hold back anyways. Then the psychic thing comes through, and it's hard to hold back, but then locks eyes with her Viridian. And there'll be the Harlock in a moment. Goes in and just barely skims the surface, just enough to make sparks.
Third touch.
And then kind of goes down to a knee.
And Val, you don't see Sue at all, by the way. Just those two saw.
But is still
Sue.
looking up at her Viridian, which again is probably right in Severance's sightline, so it looks like I'm looking up at the diplomats, but I'm not.
And this figure sort of collapses away. Your move, Val.
Out of breath. a lot out of breath and on one knee, and probably like has the pipe down on the ground now too, and it's just like,
Did
Yeah, that
knives
hurts.
go down? Like,
Knives did not
knocked
go
back
down
or-
because that was the most gentle touch.
just
Right.
I
enough to make
think
the sparks fly.
Terrica went down as soon as the Viridian hallucination, for lack of a better word, disappeared.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Hallucination, that's comforting. We'll just call it a hallucination.
Protection.
We'll just say,
Let's
Isn't that
Sure, we'll
so
just
much
say
nicer than the reality?
yeah. We'll just say it's a
Yep.
hallucination.
sure.
But
Val
Knives
has-
is confused. Knives is like it's like all the equilibrium, right, is like off. And you can see it. Up,
Quint's
but
looking
like,
a little
Hey.
confused too, but is also like, shit,
Good,
that
good.
hurt.
Quint-
I'm the
Quint-
Harlock, and yep.
Quint looks confused. Fantastic.
Yes.
Val would say in Vargar, loud enough for his young Turks to hear,
Hmm.
what in the fuck was she thinking? And then he is going to go up and help Knives.
Mm-hmm.
And the
and
first
she's
thing he's
like,
going to say is, you didn't lose that fight. Did you feel
She's
dizzy?
like, yeah, and she puts, and it's this, there's like a little gesture, and I'm gonna just note right now,
Mm-hmm.
it is pandemonium. I'm telling you some stuff, but it is.
Yeah.
There's,
Quint
like,
thought
it
about
is-
not touching it at all, but was like, if she's not
It's
feeling
been
well,
a
this needs
rocky
to
fight,
end.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. You need to know that at this moment there is. We all here are in a quiet moment, but this space is not a quiet moment. There is shouting and yelling and laughing, and there's like trading of currency back and forth. And this currency, it seems to be like some kind of self-mined currency, like some kind of local chits that
Self-minted.
they have. Yeah, some kind of like local chits they've got going back and forth, and people, and like the oracle is saying something, and people are shouting. Nobody's mad, right? There is a, I don't know about how you all are feeling, but everybody else outside of this personal moment are feeling great. There is joy and laughter and humor, and people are having a great time, and people are like, it's just like this celebration inside this space. Knives is like, oh, I can it, and she puts her hand on your heart, like on your chest. She reaches out to you in this way that's actually quite gentle, as she just kind of places her hand on your chest, as she's trying to like keep herself upright, and she's dropped the pipe, and she just has like put her other hand on her head, as she's trying to like. It's like when you've got a really bad ear infection, and you just cannot, like, you're dizzy and you can't.
In there.
Yeah, and you just can't, like, it's really hard to sort of keep upright. And she's got her hand on you with that, and you can tell she's trying to get it together so she can do the things that she's supposed to do at the end of a fight, right? So like acknowledge.
Yeah,
Right,
Quint
the
is
victor?
gonna pick up the dropped pipe and slowly get up.
You see blood on the ground. When you go to pick up the pipe, you see a little bit
Oh.
of blood on the ground.
Whose blood is it? Was the
not-
blood on the pipe, or was the blood just like near
No.
the pipe? Okay.
It's on the ground. It's not Knives. It's not yours.
Huh. Oh no. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'll just.
And it has a slight.
Well, when I'm going to
green
get
tint
pick
to
up
it.
Knives' pipe, then I'm gonna just sweep my arm through that sand to pick up that blood.
And
Does Val notice that?
that would be an intellect recon. Is what you would need for that one.
What would I need to roll to make it subtle, like a sleight of handy thingy?
Oh, well, that there would be Dex Stealth.
Dex stealth, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Any boons or anything?
Nope, sorry.
or
Deception.
Oh, deception, even better.
Yeah, because deception's for sleight of hand.
Con intellect.
Deception.
Dexception.
Oh shit!
You two are tied, my friends. You two are tied. So let's talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we?
How much luck you got?
I don't know how much luck do you have. Probably more than me.
I asked first.
You did
Let's
ask
start
first.
with 1. Who would
But
like
I
to
have a
spend
pipe.
1 point
I'll
of
spend
luck?
one.
I don't think Quint will spend. Look, I think that this is more for the audience, for everyone else to see. If some people pick it up, that's fine. But Quint's not trying to hide it from Val specifically. Quint's just trying to make sure no one else saw that weird green blood on the stage.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm. Just gonna
Other
smear
people
it
are
on
not
my
going to see that. Val
sleeve.
sees it.
Yeah, because they might have seen it if I didn't roll a sleight of hand, which is why I wanted to sleight of hand it.
Yes.
Not just for Val,
Yes.
but just in general.
So the general, yes, absolutely, Terrica. Would you like to know if you see it?
Would you like to see it?
Yeah, I think I would be curious if Terrica would see it as well.
Please
You
do.
passed out.
No, I fell down. I fell down. I'm still hurt.
I got better.
Also, Severence, I need you to roll
I'm
too.
not dead yet.
I'm not dead
I need
yet.
you to roll as well.
You said me to roll as well.
Yes, please. That would be
Okay.
intellect.
I don't want that to stay here and people to be like, the fuck's this
Intel.
stuff, eh?
Hiya.
Well, I'll take that. That
Oh.
force is
12.
appropriate for
Terrica
what
does not
happened.
see it.
The Baron sees.
There's no way.
Baron,
Yes. Of course,
there is
Admiral
something that you
Captain
see.
Baron. Yes.
You see this, and I'm going to give you 2 things. Not just that
Oh.
I
when,
do have 2 eyes, thank you.
not just when Quint went to go and pick up the pipe, that Quint sort of wiped this pipe in the sand, and you look, and you see a kind of like a vague.
It's on my sleeve now.
Could you roll me, if you would,
I would.
survival? And
Yes.
you can take as your base stat.
Social, I'd love to.
No, not social. Education
Nice try.
would work.
Base stat, perfect.
But yeah, education would have to be this one. No. Yeah.
Eyeballs.
well,
Okay, perfect.
great.
Yep, already rolled a crit.
Bubbles.
So, yeah, a lot of things are happening at once. You see Quint sort of like wipe something up off of the sand of this platform, and the wind shifts, and you can smell it. It smells. Back home on Drinax, you are almost always in a suit because it's irradiated and it's not safe.
Right.
The Dexpexers, right? And you would have your compounds and all of that. But you would go out into the wilds, into the barren and blasted and destroyed wastes of Drinax, scavenging what you could. And there's always smells. The smells of ozone and like radiation has a smell. There are all those smells. But there was a time once. It was a moment. You remember it, and you remember it. It wasn't Marymore's memory, it was yours. Because sometimes you remember being in Marymore's gardens, and they have a smell. But you remember a time on Drinax. You had been traveling to try to scavenge scrap goods, anything you can find. The Vexpectors, you would go out on these hunts, as it were, but mostly like these scavenging hunts. And you'd been out there for a long time, traveling in the waste, trying to dodge any kind of thing. And everything is dead. It's just twisted metal and ruins and nothing. The Aslan bombed your planet and your home so badly, and there was nothing left. And you were traveling, and it had been 8 or 9 days you'd been out, and you thought there was nothing. You were trying to go to someplace new. There was a sandstorm, and you kind of got lost. And you remember wandering. You'd gotten separated from the rest of your crew. And then Geiger counter dropped and you were not in a space of radiation, which was weird. And you'd come upon an oasis. And there was this small pocket, Drinax, not very large at all, that was not irradiated. And there was this pool of water. And next to this pool of water were a number of poplar trees. These Drinaxian poplar trees, all of whom have been dead, like they were all destroyed, but you saw them and they were young and they were growing. They were trying to make their way through this destroyed place. They were so small, but the thing is, you could smell them. And one of them had been injured with these trees. It had a cut in it, and there was this deep green, viridian green sap sort of leaking from this young Drinaxian poplar tree, and the sap sort of leaked into this pool. And you remembered the smell of that sap, and it was beautiful in its own way. It smelled alive, like life, like life. And that smell of that sap is what you smell right now. And that thing that Quint is scooping up and clearly trying not to be seen in general, that is the sap from a Drinaxian poplar tree. You know it. More than you know anything.
Right. There's a moment where I'm looking perplexed at this. Quint is scooping up this from the sand, and no one else sees it. Ish. So subtly scooping up this blood that I see as sap. I'm going to make note of it. Where does it go after it's been scooped?
Where does it go, Quint?
It's into a pocket.
And
If
Pocketing.
it's not super absorptive, if it's super absorbent, it just goes into it just soaks into my sleeve. If it's still on the sand, I'll just put it in a pocket.
And as that scoop goes, I need to ask, because we're ending this session right now with Val saying you didn't lose this fight, and Knives being like just really like equilibrium is off. Quint scooping up this blood sap.
Yep.
And Terrica?
Yes, on the ground.
On a knee, on a ground at the top.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the ground.
I think they look totally white. Just white.
And in this moment, you can just hear, maybe you don't hear, "Our Victor, the Harlock, our captain. Oh!" And a medic rushes forward to take care of Terrica, to see if Terrica is okay, because Terrica has fallen. And someone comes and is like, "You all right?" And hands you sort of like a glass of water. You all right? And as you're handed this glass of water and people are cheering, and Knives is trying to get their bearing back, and this smell of the sweet sap of this long-lost Drinaxian tree rings in your nose. And Quint, this sort of blood is on your fingers. Everyone outside of you all
My flesh fingers.
full of joy. with a wonderful, and you can hear people go, "Oh, it's one of the best fights we've seen." You can hear all of this sort of amazing joy for what was, for everyone else, an amazing fight that was beautiful and wonderful and amazing. And some people are like, Knives threw that fight to be polite. Oh, no, she did it. And people are having all sorts of thoughts about what happened. And the speaker, pats you on the back, and maybe you don't even notice it at first, who knows?
Oh
and
no, I noticed it.
Oh, yeah. Raises your
Sorry,
arm.
dude.
And everyone is happy. But the cries of a child being tortured ring in the ears of two people. The feeling of infinite power rings in another. And a memory of your past, Severence, rings in yet another. That is the end of our episode.
And I stop, I pat the speaker on the shoulder, and I say that'll be 100 credits.
And he says, not at all. And he pulls out 300. He says, I said per blow. I got one in, so, and he hands you 200 credits.
Yeah.
Man of my word.
Pocket that as the camera zooms out.
Yeah.
So, we're going to need some outros for this one, everybody. Could I get a, how are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. How are you feeling? To Greg first. Greg, by the way, you feel a little less powerful. That's all.
Haha.
You need to charge up some.
Wait, what?
First off, he doesn't feel a little less powerful. He feels euphoric, and after a
Yes,
state of
it's
euphoria,
true.
you're a little exhausted.
That's
And
true.
so the only thing that
That's fair.
he'll do in the hint of this is over the shoulder of the medic.
Post
checking
psionic clarity.
out, the medic that's checking out Terrica. As soon as he can make eye contact with them, he would fire a wink at Terrica and say the following. Hi, my name's Greg. I play Valentine Morrissey here on Traveler, Pirates of Drinax. And if you're not here on Friday nights, or you're here on Friday nights and you think, hey, where can I find Greg some more? You can meet me over at my YouTube channel, Warp Reactor, where I react to Star Trek and science fiction and fun shit like that. So join me over there and we'll have fun. And next week, I got to recharge. Hopefully there's somebody nobody likes.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Just noting.
And I gotta bounce, everybody, because my young man needs a ride and his car blew up. So I'll see ya.
If you know what I mean. We all know that euphemism.
Oh yeah.
Cord, you are next. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. How do you feel?
I feel great. Thank you so much for asking. I'm going to answer in reverse order. No, I'm not. I feel great. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. You can follow me, twitch.tv/Cord, where I'm streaming again, which is great because I took a lot of the time off. But I'm doing a lot of Star Citizen. So if you like sci-fi stuff and if you like cinematic roleplay, check me out. I am one of the only people who are role-playing in Star Citizen. So check me out, twitch.tv/Cord. You can check out my cargo hauler named Bear Black and his unbraked AI named Jarvis, which I named before Marvel stuff happened and it became a big thing, and chat memed me and I named Jarvis, and now I'm thinking about renaming him. Anyway, I play both of those characters at the same time, usually, where Bear will talk to his AI, and the AI will be, it's pretty much like John Goodman and John Cleese, if John Goodman was a trucker in space and John Cleese was his AI. Anyway, just come check it out. Today was awesome, really a lot of fun, and it was fun to just sort of sit back and let the fighters fight. So that was cool. I'll just be like, yeah, and they're like, what, are you doing anything? No. I was also expecting...
You did do things, though.
I did do things. I was able to actually use the distraction of the fight to broker a way better deal than we had. Because last week he did not want 15%. I think he said something like 5. So I was just like, what about now? So that was pretty cool.
Yep.
We also got that really cool like vision at the end. I have no idea what that's about, but I'm excited to figure out why the hell it's been pocket sand blood in Quint's pocket. But anyway, yeah, it was awesome. So thank you so much for today. Thanks for letting me be here and play Severance and to bring this shitbag of a non-fighter to a fighting episode, and where I still got to do stuff. So that was cool. My love tonight, amazing stuff, Lindy. Seeing your character actually get to tango in her element. So thank you for letting us see that and to see that cool.
That's
tight
not
fight
even the
we've
full
been-
element. Wait till you see my blade skill.
That's true. The blade skill. Yeah, that's true.
And the damage
Our
that
death
it does.
fight. Oh
Mhm.
yeah, our first lethal fight's gonna be.
Somebody has an armor
And I
divisor, is what I'm trying to tell you. Somebody's blade cuts through armor.
Someone's does. Yep. And I just realized that we've been waiting episodes for a banquet. Came and went. And then we have the fight that takes an episode. Which is just a funny little thing I thought of. I was like, no, that's funny. Anyway, just really fun stuff, Lindy. Thank you for bringing us the pipe fight tonight. And Ari, always so wonderful watching you RP and react and having your wonderful moments where you are there and your character is so much fun to watch in these reactions. Every time there's a hallucination or something, your subtle moments are so good and great to watch. Also, thank you for saying yes to the whole being a second, because that second, you being a second, was such a cool opposite of Val being Knives second, which was so cool because that then fuels Knives, like, because we all know that like Greg was the meta of Knives crush is Greg having the crush on Knives, not Val. So it was kind of fun to see that, but also giving that in character reason for Val to be Knives second, because he's sort of doing it spiting Terrica being the
It's very
second for
complicated.
Quint. It was
So
really
complicated.
cool to see that sort of unfold. So so good job to you and both of you, Greg as well. And that's like a 2-for-1 or a 2-for-2 sort of love. But yeah, anyway, it's been so great. And of course, Trooper, it's always amazing to be in this show and to play with you and to the offers you bring and to have the moments where I got to speak with the speaker and have these this like agreement, but also the yes from you to let this sort of deal go off finally, but also still utilizing the various distractions of the fight and also being able to portray that. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was great. And thank you, chat. You're always wonderful. And thanks for being here. And you're all wonderful and all that goodness. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But you know,
My
it was
brain's
negotiating in the right time and place in the right ways, right? Like that was a
Right.
lot going on there that did that, and also, you know, there's going to be an this whole thing that happened will have ramifications. You will mostly be
Yeah,
getting
as always.
boons whenever you roll social things with them, basically, for a while.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good.
I do want to know what you did with the tree, young Severance. Severance was probably like 15, 16,
What
17.
did I do
that
when I
age.
saw the poplars?
Yeah.
And it was a memory. This wasn't just a vision that I'm like, oh, what's going on here? I wasn't discovering a mission or a vision. This was a memory.
That was a memory. There was some time when because as a Vex Spectre, you have to go off and like scavenge all the time, right? But it's always like so.
I saw a poplar that was bleeding green sap.
Yeah.
I
In a small pocket of the world that was not irradiated.
think he took a scoop of it
Yeah.
and he put it in his pocket.
Nice. So
And then later, of course, but then jump cut to later where he's like taking his pants off. And he's like, oh God. And he's got like this green sap. He's kind of like, why did I do this? But the kids learn. So,
Right.
yeah.
We'll find out whatever you did with that.
Yeah.
Let's go to Laugh Love Lindy, our combatant for this evening. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love.
my
And
goodness.
how do you feel?
Yes. I will say Quint's little closing thing as we ended the episode would have been you said it was on her fingers, so they would close them so it can't go anywhere else, and then like do that flip pipe thing and offer it to Knives with a "You alright?" while telekinetically saying to Terrica, something was seriously fucked up for a minute there. Sorry, something was seriously fucked up for a moment there. There we go. That's my little end credit thing. All those little moments. Oh gosh.
While the
Okay,
credits
favorite
are rolling,
moments.
there's that side, like
The sidebar of all of
make
us
it
having
in.
our lives,
Yeah, the
5
prologue.
second
Yeah.
things. Yeah.
Yep.
The prologue. Love it.
Oh goodness. Okay, favorite moments. I achieved my top 3 goals. I didn't kill Knives. Terrica didn't have to come in a second, and I didn't break the pipe.
Mhm.
That is a favorite
good.
moment. It was not easy. Gosh. Y'all are also wonderful. I loved how little Severence was paying attention to the fight the whole time. Just be like, oh, yes, no, okay, and then looking away, and then more water, just chugging water, and like, oh yes, they're doing. It's like, should we be watching this? That seems a little close. Like, what? I loved your commentary on it. It was beautiful. It was fabulous. I loved Val. I know Greg's not here, but he can watch us later. Val at the beginning with the carousing of Knives' young group, just inserting himself with the people. That's what Val loves, and it was just so in his element there for a moment. I absolutely loved it. And then yes,
please recover 5 endurance as the medics take care of you as well. That's first aid.
Nice.
They bring in some first
I
aid.
was wondering what this. I was wondering if those rolls were sus or
take
not.
off the flak, and it's just bruises.
It's a bad bruise. It's a bad bruise. But they give you this really pure water. Do some taping up, right?
That'd
There's
be
like
great.
taking care
Wonderful.
of
Yeah, I'll drink that water. Tesla's just gonna be here now, I guess. So my love for Terrica is just how nervous Terrica was through the whole endeavor. Like, wait, I'm going to be the second? Please don't let me be second. And then like that weird eye contact with Val from across the room. Like, why are we making this eye contact? This is strange. And then like I'm gonna make a psionic connection right before a psionic incident happens, and just all of that, all of the just the completely different attitudes that each and every individual player or character had tonight was just fabulous and wonderful. And my love for you, Trooper, is that Knives is also a show person at heart, it would seem, and wants to put on an excellent show. Even though things went a little wonky there at the end.
A little wonky, but that was like...
I feel like Knives will respect that, and I have a feeling that that Knives and the Harlock might be on decent terms after this, you know? Because both 2 birds of a feather.
Absolutely. They were, Knives got way more momentum than they thought they'd get, right? And they're like, they want to make sure you're okay too.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. It's like, look, I've had worse falls than Cirque du Soleil. Yeah. We're gonna have to drink. Oh, sure thing. But yes, that's my favorite love. I love everything for tonight. This was a nice warm-up fight for when we have to get into some real big fights later. Where I could use my axe. I want to axe somebody at some point. It's gonna happen. But you know, it was fun. So you can find me online.
Leadership. If the person makes a leadership roll, spends their turn making a leadership roll, whatever the effect they get, if they make their roll by 5, they have 5+1s they can give out throughout the course. By being a good leader.
I have leadership, shockingly, but I was too busy fighting. You can find me online, picking fights all over the place. It's Laugh Love Lindy. Not really. I mean, maybe, depending on what it is. Laugh Love Lindy. I play in GM Tabletop RPGs. We just finished up our Stargate Themes of Hope campaign on my channel, so that will be on hiatus for a little while. But you can find me on Sunday on Praxagorthos Euphoria's channel for Curacil Court. You can find me on not this Monday, but next Monday on my channel for the new batch, our Mondays in Exandria game, where we're playing Call of the Netherdeep, and we're in a creepy underwater ruins, and everything's fine. Speaking of creepy underwater ruins, you can also find me on Wednesdays on my channel for Call of Cthulhu Below the Land of Fire, where They're not at a creepy underwater ruins yet, but they may have had their first run-in with a Shoggoth, an adolescent Shoggoth, this past Wednesday, and
Very cute.
as by players' words, shit got real. And they're gonna meet a holdover character from when I ran Beyond the Mountains of Madness, and they're adorable. Their name is Goop, and everyone will love them or be terrified. I don't know. That's how we ended the session. And you can find me last place on this Tuesday for the whole month of December. Every Tuesday of December, I will be on Perception Studios channel GMing a 4 episodes of Dragon Age tabletop RPG. It's gonna be a little loosey goosey because things get chaotic over there if you know about them. But if you like
They're
puppets, yeah, if you don't like puppets, don't come. Don't do it. If you're scared of puppets, don't watch. But it is chaos and mayhem, and there will be dragons, so many dragons. So think Dragon Age with like 50% more dragons. Like that's the show. Thank you so much for having me. This was the blast.
And last but not least, Ari, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and then how do you feel?
Oh goodness. Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online at Ari_Ventures. You can also find me performing live in Seattle, although I am taking a break this weekend, holiday excitement-y things happening. But most likely later in the month, we'll be seeing me perform down at Unexpected Productions. And if you tune back here on Fridays, I'll tell you when the next ones are. So just a heads up. Okay. I think the little exit vignette and how Terrica's feeling. Terrica has so many emotions right now. There is so many. There is worry for Quint. There is this mix of loathing happening, like having seen Sue, combined with abject horror of having seen Sue in that, having that happen, and that compassionate trying to care for people side of them is also now torn because Sue is evil, but that evil doesn't deserve to have skin flayed off like that, and they didn't mean to connect with Quint. They don't have enough psionics to know that that's what they were doing.
Yep.
So I think there's also like surprise in there as well. They're no longer surprised by Sue showing up randomly in their life. That's not a surprise anymore. But connecting with Quint was a surprise. And there's like when Val winks at them over the shoulder of the medic, there's a moment of just relax and like comfort that exists in that connection. And all of my love, oh my goodness, there are so many beautiful things. That fight, Lindy, like the way that you, oh my gosh, just like it was all of the, like, I saw Cirque du Soleil twice recently. Not to brag. I wasn't trying to, anyway, the point is.
Jelly,
I saw them. Really? Oh, okay. Well, if we're ever in the same city and there's a Cirque du Soleil show, we'll have to check it out because they're amazing. They're just, it's like, and I was, as you were describing things, I was thinking about that show and seeing all of these, like, seeing that happen in the, like, scape of a Cirque du Soleil sort of show. And it fit right in. Like, all of your moves, the way that you talked about the, like, dance and the style and also the, like, aggression reminded me of, like, the things that I've done with, like, martial arts and going, oh, well, this is, like, all in line. And it was
and dance. So I have a bit of a background to draw on.
Ooh, I only have martial arts. I don't have any technical. Well, I have a class that doesn't really count, I think. Anywho,
We'll have to talk after.
Well done. Yeah, you and I. Let's talk. And Trooper, like first off, I saw you stirring the pot there with trying to throw Lindy out of that and have the second step in. I saw that.
I didn't think that they would be able to get Quint out, but just get closer. Because it's.
Oh, okay.
But
Fair.
there's a follow-up turn. But
you had plans. I saw those plans. I saw those wheels turning.
I was like, I wonder if I can get Val and Terrica in the ring together at the same time. Let's see.
That's what I thought you were going for. And I also
Yeah.
would have been very curious about that. But Terrica against Knives, that would have been so bad. Like,
Yeah, it would have been.
so bad.
I was close because that ringing of the bells would have disqualified Knives, and then Val would have had to come in. If if
Oh.
Quint hadn't finished the fight right then with a third touch, Knives would have had
Oh.
it gone out, and Val would have had to come in.
I almost didn't hit because I was like, do I hit? And I was like, I think this needs to end. And so that's why I did a graze. Yeah.
Yep. The Grays did it. Yep.
It,
Almost got you.
it was beautiful, but I love how you work with those, like, how can I stir the pot? How can I make things more juicy? Because then it leaves me the space to really play with Terrica the way they are, right? And the way they are evolving to be. So thank you, because the gifts that you give are pure delightful and terror all at the same time. I don't know how you manage it. Yin and yang, both sides. It's wonderful.
I just want to stir the pot. That's all.
Just stirring the pot. I expect nothing less from you. It is delightful. And I know it has been said, but like Cord's renegotiation of the deal to get the percentages in there while there was the distraction of the fight, I was like, just so good. Well done, Cord. Nice job, man.
Yeah, that's what he needed, and he did it. I was like, I don't know if he will, Bo. He did. I was like,
Right? And then the asking for the water twice, like knowing that the water is like a more sacred thing, and then asking for it. It was just like it was such a beautiful, very in character thing for Severance to do, and it was just a delight to watch as always.
Alcohol, right? Like Severance doesn't drink alcohol.
Yeah. So few of us are very alcoholic on this crew. Oh, actually, no, I think it's just Severance and I, and Terrica.
Although Terrica sometimes drinks. Severance never drinks if Severance can avoid it. Val drinks.
Well, yeah, I think we saw that in the last episode.
Calories in alcohol. So
what?
There's a lot of calories in alcohol. Like it's basically pure sugar. So.
So
socially.
So 3 of us are minor drinkers, and then 2 of us are questionably alcoholic, is what I'm hearing out of the core group.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Fair.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, that is correct. The Harlock does drink quite a bit. Yep.
I adore that. I also really appreciated the like back and forth shadow fighting that I don't think Terrica knew that they were shadow fighting Val, but
yeah, they were.
They were. Yeah. And the only reason I say I don't think they knew is because they haven't connected the dots on Val having connected to Knives yet. Or that jump being powered by Val. But yeah, that was really fun to play with. I had a lot of fun with that. And Greg also hands such great gifts to me to be able to play with that it's just like, oh, this is fun. Let's make a little chaos or a little more drama here. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, I loved a little proxy war between the 2 best friends. So good.
I'm just waiting for the 2 of them to have an all-out yelling match.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll ever happen.
I don't know. Do you want to know a secret?
Yeah, always.
Cool. Yeah, Val did not see Sue. Nobody else saw Sue. Just you and Quint.
Oh no, no one's gonna believe them again. Oh boy. Maybe no, Quint will.
Sure, but I just need to point out that's not how holograms work.
Ari doesn't think that this is a hallucination or... Oh, but Terrica probably still thinks it's a hologram. Oh, but nobody else reacted.
That's not how holograms work. If a hologram is there, everyone is going to see it. Holograms
So it's definitely psychic. Terrica has to know it's psychic at this point. Well, once they get out of their stupor and think back on things, because they're a little out of there right now. Yeah. But they have to.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's not how holograms work. If that were the holographic Sue showing up, everyone would have seen holographic Sue.
You know what would be really useful in terms of handling something that's psionic that appears randomly? Drugs. Drugs would be
Oh,
great.
drugs open up your third eye. You know what I mean? Like that's
They do. They do.
yeah.
Let's get that third eye open.
Get
Well,
some ayahuasca.
ayahuasca. I am Trooper SJP, and I am going to read the messages from our lovely chat before I say anything because chat first. So we have 100 bits from Hawkeye, who, by the way, is lovely, one of our former sponsors, who is currently supporting this really, really cool mission program that's like doing really great work. So like awesome stuff, and has a great channel. So Hawkeye says, time for the Tagonists to begin. Now, just how formal is this banquet, and how many etiquette rules will the Tagonists break? Setting over under at 5? I'll say other things later. Roller 300 gives us 100 bits and says, oh, pie fights for 314 parsecs. It's more like pipe fights, but it's similar. Stormbender gave 100 bits and said, ooh, I'll bet 100 bits on the over. And Stormbender also gave us 100 bits and says, ooh, great episode. Thank you all. Maybe next week we'll have the feast. We already had the feast. It was a nice tapas. We had the feast first, then the fight. 100 bits. Thanks.
You want to
awesome
fight on a full stomach, obviously.
Obviously. So they've had their feast. They've had their fight. The only thing they have left to do in Falaka is to chat with the professor, who actually, now that you've met, would be happy to meet you all on your ship later, because he's got things he wants to. He wanted the intro. Now he can stop by and say hi. We have 2 sessions. Yeah, because Professor is wants to talk to you real bad, but then you all run around talking to important people and getting to pipe fights. Professor has nerd stuff to share about
Oh, that's so cute.
stuff, because you're Drinaxians. So next week, next week I imagine they'll chat with the professor probably. Get a little bit of healing in, some resting up. We'll probably, I don't know, maybe day 57, they'll maybe go down to Dragon's Dome, pick up some stuff, talk to some folks, and then I imagine we'll end the session, in this season, because we only have 2 more sessions, with them leaving the planet, getting into a space fight with pirates, and no one will be taking really dangerous drugs.
No, I can't imagine who would want to take any dangerous drugs after seeing someone get their skin peeled off in the middle of a rink. I'm sure it's fine.
I would say if you took dangerous drugs that nobody knows exactly what they do or what's in them, just that there's weird DNA in the drugs, that's weird. But if you did take the drugs, it just would be better if other people took them too. Because
you know what's interesting? Terrica happens to know life support systems really well.
Really? Nice.
Isn't that funny? Yeah,
that's
I
cool.
thought that was interesting too.
Yeah. Oh, you can probably do all sorts of cool stuff with life support systems.
Who you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things that the drugs really connect people. And I don't know about you. But, I mean, more connection seems good to me.
Oh, definitely. Terrica's all about connection. Connecting with Quint, connecting with Val, connecting with...
And I don't know. I'm just going to say this, and I'm just saying it, and I don't mean anything by it, but I just feel like some of the people on the crew are just hiding things from you. And if only you had a deeper connection like you did before, I don't know, maybe you could find out those things and get through to them and really, they would understand.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly how it will work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that will not blow up in anybody's face whatsoever. I can't see anybody getting upset about that.
Especially considering that one of those people works really hard to not know what's going on in their own mind. I'm sure finding out what's on their mind would be really great for them. So anyhow, I am Trooper SJP, and I have been stirring some pots, and we've got 2 more sessions left for this season. You can find me, what is today? Today is Friday. You can find me tomorrow at noon. I'll be playing Rain World on my channel Eastern. But Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern over at Praxagor, the Spoforius channel for Carousel Court, a Southern Gothic soap opera, urban fantasy. Monday, we don't have Montreal by Night. That'll be the week after. But that's when you can find me. You can see me do this stuff. And I'm just going to tell you something. All players, don't listen. Chat. Oh, yeah. I don't have to do anything. My players make all sorts of choices. And then I'm just like, great. And they're going to make great choices. I know it. And I'm just really excited for whatever choices they're going to make. Because, it'll be glorious. By the way, somebody already said it. Title of the episode is Pipe Fight. And we'll see you all. I will catch you all on the flip side, everybody. And take care of yourselves. And bis später, everyone. Bye.
Tschüss.